Okay. Hello. Hello. Let's do some more game dev. Why not? Beautiful day. Or game dev. In game dev we shall do. Nice and sunny and beautiful outside, and I'm gonna stay inside and do game dev. Hello. Okay. Let me fix myself here. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good there. Okay, I think I'm set up. Okay. End splash intro screen thingy. Okay. What was I doing? What was I doing yesterday? I think we ended on me actually being able to spend mana. Methinks. Oh, I need to work on the regen stuff. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Played a little bit of Hades 2 last night, so haven't done anything since last stream. That was a lot of fun. Hades 2 is really fun. It's really fun. Hades 1 was really fun. Hades 2, there's just more. There's just more in it. There's just more, which is great. They didn't, I think they did it right. I think they did the sequel right, where it's like, they took everything that was great in the first game and they kept it. They changed some things though. They changed some things, they added new things. So there's more of the same, and then there's more new. And there's just more options and everything in the game as well, which is great. It's great. So yeah, having a lot of fun with that. Gonna play some more tonight, I hope. But let's I think probably what I want to do here is figure out my health and mana regen effects, because I think those will need to change how I'm doing them. Well, let me get my Twitch title emote cheat sheet out of here. Let me see. Oh yeah, we just did the clamping. That's what I did. Clamped it. Yeah. So, what effects do I have on me right now? I think I need some more vlogs in here because I'm not showing up. Ace, welcome in. Good morning. I think I need some more vlogs in here. Let me think where I would want that attribute processor whenever we recalculate attributes. Yeah, maybe on attribute change we log something. I think that would be good. I think that's a good Debugging man back. Yes, I proudly accept the nickname of Debugging man. I will take that. Welcome in, guys. I want to blog. No, I don't want to blog. That's for sure. Entity. What do I want to log here? Attribute changed. Yeah. So which attribute? Attribute type. Oh, I have to do UEnum. I hate the way you have to do this. UEnum. What is it? Something value as string or something. Get value as string, yeah. Throw that in there. You want to eat potato, bro? You know, not right now. I think I'm good. I think I'm gonna finish my coffee. before I get into any potato business. Yeah, potato time. I have that slotted for later in my day. Don't you worry. What's on the code menu for today? I'm thinking I think right now what I want to do is get the regen stuff working. Health and mana regen, because it's kind of a complicated interaction. So if I can get that working, I think at least the effects and the attributes are in a pretty good spot. So I want to get that working, and then I think we just need to keep going through each ability and making sure that it works, it gets canceled properly, it gets executed properly, the animations are syncing up at the right time. Because we really didn't get that far through executing abilities before I just like completely fucking curtailed into fixing all the effects and stuff. Because I realized like I needed to do that for like mana cost and stuff like that, so. I think that's my plan for today. When we spawn here. I just wanted to vlog. Oh, the vlogger is open. We do be opening on clear. Nice. We get a little pip. Nice. So yeah, we can actually see it. Dude, that's gonna be so nice. Dude, so the gameplay ability system actually has some default logs in here in the vlogger, which is nice. But it shows attribute mods here like this. And it like it will tally up, but only for how long you've had the vlogger going. So it's like not completely accurate unless you've had it running for the entire length of the playtime. And it's kind of hard to read. So yeah, that's nice. But now I just have this stack of entity data, and I can go here and I can check active effects, which maybe I kind of want to put that maybe ability system I put in a different section. And you know what I think actually for so active effects entity data. I think what I want to do here, let's make the key the effect name, and then let's do the value as the duration. I'm going to default that to infinite. And then I guess I need to... Oh, shit. How do I do this? Because I can't look up... I can't look up information here because I don't have the fucking subsystem. So never mind. Never mind. I just need to know. I'll just do empty string there, actually. Okay, never mind. Yeah. C++. This is C++. Why am I rebuilding to... Oh, yeah, this is a header file. This is a header file. Silly me. Welcome in, though, everyone. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday morning. It's Sunday morning for me, and this is a non-time zone inclusive stream, so that means it's Sunday morning for everyone. And I'm not gonna hear anything different. If it's Sunday afternoon for you, it's not. It's Sunday morning. I hope it's a good Sunday. Those who are in the future, I hope it's been a good Sunday. Visibility sent 100 for 2 jewels. What is that? Oh, those are gifties. Thank you for the gifties, my dude. I appreciate your support. How do I... Oh, yeah, I never set up, like, alerts for that, I don't think. I don't know what to do with your gifts, but thank you. Thank you for the tip. I appreciate you. I don't know how to translate that in my head to actual money, but it was a very nice gesture. And I think there's a YouTube sent out like an email saying like, if you get like 2 gifts a month for like the next 3 months, you get entered to win like 5K or something like that. I don't know. I forget the details. So thank you for doing your part in enlisting me in that, I suppose. What is the player health system like? Do you need to eat and fuel up or die? I saw some cool things a few weeks ago with the tree chopping. Yeah, tree chopping, trees will have health as well eventually, but yeah, I don't really fully know what role food is going to take, because like you can do the whole Valheim system where food like drastically increases your max health, so, to the point where it's like food basically is your health, and then it kind of decays over time. You could do like a vanilla WoW system where, for the most part, your health is just from, you know, your stats and your gear. And then if you spend, what is it? You get a well-fed food buff if you spend 10 seconds eating. And then what food you're eating depends on what kind of buff you get, but it's like a small-ish buff. It's like maybe a 5% increase or something like that, depending on your level. 5 to 10% maybe. So I do have a food value. Like you will get hungry in the game and get a debuff when you're hungry, right? Same as colonists. Colonists will eventually die. I don't think I'm gonna have the player die when they get too hungry, because that's just fucking annoying. But yeah, I don't know what role food is gonna take in terms of health. It will at the very least give you some additional health. Okay, show me some pips here. Food attribute changed. Can I see all of my attributes though? No, I should have done that. Attribute entity data is not we ain't doing nothing in there. We ain't doing nothing. Yeah, these are gonna be important for debugging the health and mana stuff, which is why I'm doing that now. What's our situation here? Should page 1 of my resume be Florida birth certificate? That's usually the first question recruiters ask anyway, right? Are you a U.S. citizen? What's your green card status is the question. It's like, I'm a U.S. citizen. Are you working a game? What is this? Yes, this is a game. Gonna be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. What am I trying to do here? Category dot add enum get value as string attribute type, and then I suppose I should have a base and current value. Let's do something like this. All this fucking value, I don't care. All that value. Value, well, let's initialize that to, yeah, no, we're gonna do base value. A value plus something like that. Is it if with that or some kind of macro? Yeah, that'll strip this out in shipping builds essentially, because this is just pure debug information, so I don't want this to be called or taking up, like, this would be very inefficient to call in an actual shipping build. So yeah, strips it out when there's no editor to run with, so either standalone or shipping. I don't think I need the spaces there. And do I need the text macro too? I just do that. Okay, I will need to rebuild that again. Let me see what other information I need. Activated abilities data. That might be useful. That's active effects. I want active abilities. Activated abilities data. There it is. T object pointer. Category dot add. What do I want here? What do I want here? I guess let's just do ability get name. Does that return string or F name? String, okay, good. Get name, maybe just get level. Dot two. Oh god, I hate the way string conversions work in Unreal Engine. From int. It's like so verbose. So verbose. Okay, what else do I want here? Calc attribute data, simulating, blah, 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 anim entity data. What other pieces of data do I have here? So it'll create an entry. I changed it to where it'll create an entry that's empty. So even if the data doesn't, even if the struct doesn't have one of these functions, it'll still show that the struct is on the character. Oh, health probably. Health is probably important to show. Look at that. Add health. Let's do F string. I want the current base value. There we go. God, I love AI autocompletes. It learned that that's what I did on the last one, and it's like, oh, you must want that again here. And it was right. That makes it very easy. A duration, oh, and the effect entities. Ooh, yeah, so we don't get any logs on the effect entities, which is, I don't know if I'll need those or not. I don't know if I'll need those or not. It would be nice to have. Yeah, the effect data. The effect data. Yeah, I guess we don't grab debug snapshot on the effect data, do we? Do I have tags logged? I don't know if I have tags logged. Oh, I do. I do. Regen health, regen mana, lose food, lose heat. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, I can see, dude, I'm so happy. I am so happy that I will no longer have to remember this show debug ability system. Oh, and then I typed it wrong. So I actually have to, there you go. And then I have to do ability system dot debug dot next category. And I have to do that again and flip through these little pages here, and I can't even see them when I'm not possessing the character. I'm so glad I won't have to use that anymore. It'll be so much easier to just run the vlogger and see it all in here for every entity. Look at my food. Oh, I guess am I not losing sleep? Am I not losing sleep? Well, let's rebuild real quick. Let's rebuild. So I think that should have the information I need. When you build something like this for MMORPG in mind, do you build the HTTP servers from scratch? Or are there existing libs for such use cases? I think you would probably build it from scratch. I'm not super sure though. I'm sure there are. I know that there are some libraries or like some pre-existing solutions there. I don't know if I'd call them libraries or what. But I think for an MMO you need all the juice you can get. So it's kind of you're kind of in like the technical weeds at that point and got to do it yourself. You make if you make a game like Dragon Dogma 2 where sprint health utility will work parallel for CPU optimization. Buddy, I have no idea what you're saying there. Where sprint, comma, health utility will work parallel for CPU optimization or will need to work asynchronous to get processed multi-thread. I don't know what Dragon's Dogma 2 has to do with what you just said. I don't know what sprint or health has to do with parallelization. I don't know if you're asking about my game or just hypothetical. I'm very confused, but I'll say for my game, I will be parallel processing things, and they will be fully utilizing all the CPU's cores to the best of my ability. And that will include things like attribute processing, wherein health is an attribute. Okay, let's get a few ticks. Get a few ticks. I am not programming an MMO now. Just answering a question. Yeah, is my health not changing? Oh, the sleep should be changing. Sleep should be changing. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's just changing every other one. Right. That makes sense. Entity data. Attribute. Oh, look at all my attributes. Look at them. I wish that this aligned better. I wish this showed up in a more table format. My health is 0. That's not exactly what I want to see. Oh, right, because that's we gotta skip health. We gotta skip health and move speed because those are special. Those are special boys. We'll ignore that for now. People who already have H-1B visas got insane salary negotiation power. I don't think it's that big of a deal for tech workers. Where's my sleep at? Oh, I changed sleep to a duration-based thing just to test, I think. That would be nice. It would be really nice too. Yeah, duration is 20. So let's go -1 for infinite. Yeah, it would be really nice to see. God, it would be really nice to get the active effects in line there. It would be really nice. Maybe I'll think about that. Maybe I'll think about a version of this where I can pass in the entity and the subsystem or something. That would be just pinnacle of debugging. Are you ever felt so cooked when coding? I have been known to cook myself. Yes. Got to keep practicing. Okay, so previously I was removing the regen, health, and mana when at full health. I'm gonna need to compare this to what I had before. Go to my project game mode. Let's open up. Let's just do mana. Let's just start with mana because that's more important at the moment for casty stuff. Okay, so regen mana has the regen mana tag. You're saying removal tag requirements. And for mine, that is regen mana. That is blocked by tags entity data. So it will get removed when dead. Wait for regen mana cast, casted, casting, channeling. Yes. Yes. I think regen mana, we would want to remove it anytime. And then regen mana has a... Or rather, wait for no, it was regen mana. Regen mana has a on complete. It will apply the wait for regen mana. Which have I done that? Have I done that? End effects processor. There it is. Have I done that? I don't think I've actually done that. Yeah, so I need to grab the potential. Is the effect entity? Oh, I do have applied tags data. Oh, remove tags. Yeah, okay. Oh, I don't have the applied effects thing though. What is it called? Additional effects data. Yeah, so we need that. So I haven't even done that part yet. And we do need that. So wait for regen mana should happen, which makes it take longer to regen mana, like after you've casted something. That is the outcome of that. But then we need this like kind of special thing. Remove tags. This queues up the remove tags, right? Right. And so those should get processed. Those should get processed. Because next frame, which should be the same as this. Okay, I think that should be good. Remove tags. They apply additional effects. Sure. Didn't even spell it right. Didn't even spell it right. There we go. Zach, welcome in. Good morning. Apply additional effects data. So I'll just say if we don't have that, just return. I need to know if this was canceled. I do need to know if this was canceled. Let's pass in, what is it? It's like the remove effect data dot be canceled. So pass in the boolean. If be canceled, we'll need this. So there's a on complete always, on complete premature, and then on complete normal. And then an on complete always. Apply additional effects. On application. Do I already do something with the on application? I don't think I do. Oh yeah, I do. Okay. I did that already. What programming language is? Programming language is C++. On complete always. Subsystem apply effect to target. Yes. Yes, and it should have the same target. It should have the same target. Okay, so what do I need here? I'm getting a data table row handle. Effect handle. Source entity, target entity. So I've got to pass in the const f entity, source entity. Is that all I need? I need source ability 2. Private account, welcome in. You're programming in objects. I don't know what you mean by object. There. I think I should probably just take the old context. Because what I want to do the same source ability, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out. If effect A is started from a source ability and it has like an on-complete effect applied, would you expect that to have the same source ability? I'm gonna include it for now. I think it's not gonna hurt anything. Not gonna hurt anything. I mean, like in Java, you are programming basing in objects that are in the class. Yes, that would be object-oriented programming, I think is what you're referring to, which can be done in any language, or rather most languages, I should say. Not necessarily specific to Java, nor does Java necessarily need to be. You can write functionally in Java. Technically possible. I mean, those are just styles of programming, right? So yeah, let's pass in context data here, actually. Does context data have source on it? Yeah, context data has source on it. Give me that. So we'll replace the source param here. Yeah, source, sourcey source. Source ability. Is that not ability? What do we want there? Source entity, target entity, source ability. Oh, I need to like .get or whatever. I think that's fine. I think you can do a .get even if it's not valid. It'll just return a null pointer, which is fine. I don't think it actually dereferences the null pointer. Yeah, but it's kind of bad, for my opinion, programming functionally in Java. Yeah, you definitely want to definitely prefer to use something like Scala, which has its own idiosyncrasies, of course. I like Scala better than Java, I think, but I don't miss programming in it. On complete prematurely, yeah, so we're just gonna do the same thing here. On complete... normal, yeah. And yeah, that's all she wrote. That's all we need to do there. That'll work. That'll work easy peasy. Make it const, why not? And then we just need to pass in context data and target. Here we go. And now we apply effects. Yay! Okay, let's rebuild. Java is the GOAT. I don't know that I've ever heard someone say they like Java so much. King of L, welcome in. Okay, let's boot it up here. So here is my... I'll show the game for a second here. Here's my game. We'll run the procedural terrain here. So I am making an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. I want to run the entire world. It will be a very large world. This is just like one small section. Oh no. Oh no. My character's broken. Wait, why is my character broken? My character's broken. Okay. Why is that? Why can't I, Well, here's the world. We're just gonna take a little sledding lesson down the hill here. It's just good for portability, you know, the JVM. I mean, I feel like any language is pretty portable nowadays. I think Java is popular because there's a lot of pre-existing things that are written in Java. Kotlin is the hot new JVM language now. It used to be Scala. Now it's Kotlin. Ship it. Yeah. Little slidey boy. Welcome in, Shawnee. How goes it? How's the game going? How's the stream going? Yeah. His arm is like all like comically broken. That's like how you'd lay if you were acting like a dead body, you know, you'd put your arm like that. Yeah, there's my game. It's super broken right now. I don't know why. Walking around with MetaHuman off stream. Is it fun? Have you done like the facial recognition stuff? What about C#? Is it still in the game? This is Unreal Engine, so Unreal Engine does not use C#. And I have never had C# in Unreal Engine, so no, it is not still in the game, and it never was in the game. Anyways, let's go back to our mana regen stuff here. Our mana regen interactions. So that should actually properly apply the wait for mana regen. So I guess let's just like see where we're at right now. So let's spawn in. We'll start. Wait for a pip to happen here. Pip. Okay. So what active effects do I have? I have regen health and regen mana. Okay, so now let's go slow-mo. Slow-mo, please. Okay, we're gonna start casting. Okay, I am casting. And I'm realizing that, yeah, I'm not doing any pips here. I'm not doing any logs here. Maybe when tags are added and abilities are activated, I should be adding logs here. Ability processor, yeah. Ability is able to activate. Subsystem vlog entity activated ability. Yeah, that works. That'll do. We're gonna activate that ability. I'm in hackathon right now. Well, good luck on your hackathon. No, I'm working on the basics, making custom heads in Blender, custom textures, and importing them back into the MetaHuman systems. I don't envy you. I don't envy you. Interested to see how that turns out, though. Are you going to use that in your game, or are you just playing around? Let me see here. I also said when gameplay tags change. So gameplay tags processor. I don't know that I want to say every single tag that has been added or removed. I don't know that I want to say that. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Add remove tags data dot add tags is dot num greater than 0. Subsystem vlog entity. I don't have the entity here, and this is also static. I want to leverage as much of that high-end UE stuff as possible, but I'm not going for photorealistic human characters per se. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see how the metahumans run on the mobile. I know you're going for mobile. Okay, I guess I need to pass in the fucking entity. Apply tag changes. Where do I fucking call you at? Okay, right there. Okay. Entity, text, added tags. Do the same for remove tags. Okay, let's rebuild that. Yeah, I just need to start saturating the vlogger with events and stuff so I can actually see what the different, it'll log the entire state anytime a vlog happens, so yeah. I guess all I would need to do is, well, no, because the effects don't have owners. The effects don't have owners, so never mind. Refactor your code? Performance capture via iPhone stuff is really compelling though. Yeah, I'd love to see what the workflow for that is and like how, you know, how much do you need to do outside of, you know, just acting like you're swinging a sword, you know, in a video. And how good does the animation turn out to be? That's why I want to make metahuman work. Is it only for metahuman? Have you considered refactored? Yeah, you know what they say about me is that Mindrong never refactors. He's never had any streams where he's refactored things for an entire month. He definitely didn't refactor his ECS system over the course of the last month. That's not what happened. Can't look at Xbox 360 BioWare game without mouth flap anymore. Wait, is that what you call like when the mouth movements suck in games? Because that is kind of like a... Now that we have all this VTuber tech, yeah. So that does always like throw me off in like super narrative story-driven games where they put like a close-up on the character's face and they're just like talking like a fucking fish, you know? So it's like, dude, if your mouth movements are that bad, like maybe don't put the camera right up in their face. It throws, I can't get into the story. I just read the subtitles at that point because I don't want to stare at their face anymore. So you're programming in function? I do write functions, yes. Or are you asking if I'm doing functional programming? I mean, they're both just styles of programming. It's not like you're one or the other, right? Those are just ways to write code. So I wouldn't say I'm doing, you know, it's both or neither. Not doing a single one. Anyways, yeah, let's make sure these are getting Uzi Wutsted properly. Okay. Okay, we got a pip. Okay, slow-mo, start casting. Oh, that's not the button I wanted. Okay, so let's look at active effects. We'll want to have that open. I think we'll probably want applied tags open. So here's how we started, and here's how it's going. So we do activating ability. We do have that there. Wonderful. Let's zoom in. Enhance. So activating ability. Then I assume we add the tag. Yeah, we added casting, which is a loose tag, as signified by loose. We are still regenning health and regenning mana. That should not have been the case. So that's already wrong, I think. Or no, it would have... I think that would have gotten processed after this. That should be const, yes. So we apply the tag... Right, we apply the tag changes, and then we check the abilities, the effects and stuff. Well, I think maybe on the next pip, it would show that the... Yeah, so what would have happened is, yeah, I think probably on our next tick it would have shown. Yeah, let's do some logs here as well. Just log all the things right now. Vlog entity, sure. Ending ability blank, tag requirements no longer met. Yes. Yes. I think I could probably inline this. Do this. No, that's too long. Never mind. Change it back. Yeah, we're getting some nice logs here. I love me some good logs. What else do we need, though? What else do we need? F in defect. Although I did it that way there. Okay, let's do it the same way then. We're gonna do the same way everywhere. That it looks the same. My eyes can read it the same. Samesies. Ending ability blank, tag requirements no longer met. And then I guess in the end ability processor, let's put a log there too. Put a log there too. We don't know why it's being ended though. And I'll just say end ability blank. Yeah, that's fine. So that's when it'll actually get removed. Let's say Q end. I want to say Q end ability. That way, because then I'll know when I'm reading it that it's not happening that frame. It'll happen by the end of that frame. Hello, fellow coder. Did you know? No. That if you do this one thing, you are effectivals possibly maybe one day. True. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a very enlightening bit of information you gave me there. That was completely coherent, and you know, we're completely on the same page, and I have no misunderstandings about that at all. How do you stay up to date with all the LLM AI stuff these days? I scroll Reddit. That's what I do. That's my flavor. Tag requirements no longer met. And then what am I doing here? Reachability. Now we need the active effects. I would like to get the effect name. So I think I want... And I'll need to do this for each one. Let's make a function for this. Void log effect remove. Const f entity. I'll need entity. I'll need const f entity effect entity. I think that's it. I think that's it, question mark. Then I would just want to do something like auto. Well, first of all, we'll do the if with editor and if auto context data. That is exactly what I wanted. Then I'll go subsystem vlog entity And then I think I want a little text blurb for like which, just call this blurb. That is a super production ready variable naming right there. What do you think about design patterns? Oh, I think about them a lot. Yeah. Effect removed. %s blurb. Okay, so let's use that here. Log. Effect remove. Blurb is blocked by target tags. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. Missing required target tags. Yeah. I like the LLM error messages here. What do we got? Blocked by owned tags. Yes. Log effect remove. Oh, did I ever actually put the... Oh, I did put the effect ID in there, yeah. Where's the red? Oh, I forgot the ending parens. Am I blind? Oh, yeah, I am blind. Indeed. Okay, so I think that should be good. And I did end ability processor. Let's do end effect processor. S removed. Yeah, okay, so that should be good. So I guess I didn't see that actually. I guess I didn't see that. I wonder if the effects didn't actually get removed. Wait, did I ever do this? Did I ever do those? I did, okay. Do you regret not working with possibly a less general engine, like more specialized? Would need more code. Just wondering, or are you happy with Unreal? I don't know if such an engine exists. And also, if there was a more specialized engine, why would it need more code? I would think the general one would need more code to make it work for your use case. Yeah, so I don't think the engine that you're talking about exists. Am I happy with Unreal? You know, I think if you hear a programmer, if a programmer is ever completely happy with one of the tools that they're using, I think they're probably wrong. If they're not complaining about it at least a little bit. So what you're running complementary to Gas, or is it your own gameplay ability plugin? It's neither. It is, well, I guess you could think about it as a plugin. It's not a plugin. I have not written it as a plugin. I'm writing it into my ECS, and so it's not complementary to Gas. It is, I am taking all the concepts of Gas and the capabilities of Gas. I'm putting them into my ECS system that I wrote, so that it'll be more performant. So it'll effectively replace it, completely replace it. And we're just kind of working through some of the debugging informations. Okay, so I only got one pip there when I started casting, which makes me feel like we didn't actually... I don't think we ever actually got into the tags processor. Although I did see added and removed tags, didn't I? That was in apply tag changes. I don't regret choosing Unreal. I think that's probably the question that you're asking. I don't regret it, no. Could it be better? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So it removed these tags, but then like activated abilities data. Active effects. We were still regenning mana. We shouldn't be. Yeah, so why didn't we get there? Let's stop here. Stop. Drop. I am going to... Let's click play. Start logging. Okay. Activated abilities. So we will have added a tag theoretically from the activated ability. Yeah. So activated ability is there. That's fine. Yeah, the ability shouldn't end, so that's going to be fine. This is the part that I care about, the active effects or applied effects, whatever you want to call it. The regen health or mana. Regen health or mana should be being removed. Oh, activation canceled tab. Well, I'm checking. Target block tags. Oh, I'm not. No, that's just for abilities. I forget. Effects and abilities are slightly different. I guess this interface I created kind of makes it difficult to see here. It does not have any target blocked tags. I don't think that that's true. These are tags on the owner. Which seem correct. So actually, regen health, regen mana, those tags are still there. Yeah. So the owned tags haven't updated. Because that should have cast on it. Now, I literally will have just logged something there. Apply tag changes. Owned tags. Lose tags. Append tags. Yeah, that will have. Oh, you know what it's doing? I think it's not getting the get tags. No, it should fucking. Oh no, get tags is only returning effect tags. Yes, yes. Okay, that's why it's not working. Yeah. Oh yeah. Now, okay, so that is a little annoying, actually. That is a little annoying. Do I need to template that one too? No, I think the reason I did it this way is so that I could use it in multiple places. Oh, I hate these functions. I hate them so much. Owner applied tags. I'm working for fun, yeah. Just for funsies. Get tags from owner. Yeah, I think I need to... I think that needs to be applied entity tags, because I can't just grab the tags off of that without being inefficient. Let's do this. In tags, and I think owner target applied tags. Yeah, I'm just calling get tags on anything I pass in there, right? Owned tags data. That's an applied tags. Owner tags eventually comes from, okay, we're passing in applied tags data here. We call it applied tags. That should be required, yeah. I don't think, I'm gonna need to strongly include that. There we go. Okay, I think that should work now. The owner tags should be can I make a yeah now we need to dereference that, deref it, check owner tags. That shouldn't happen. A little weird that I'm doing that, but or apply tags. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Where's the other one? Check owner tags. Yeah, so we shouldn't need that one anymore. Yeah. Okay. And then do the same thing here. So owned tags is already a ref, yeah? Yeah. We need owned tags, or if we're in any part of the ability system processors. Okay. I think that'll work better. Yeah, so storing loose tags and like tags applied by effects separately found out it was pretty necessary. I know Gas does that internally as well. And I was hoping to not need that and just put them all in one, but like when you need to like remove an effect or something, you need to figure out if a tag still needs to be there or not, you know? And if you've explicitly added one as loose, it's like, would you remove that one when you remove an effect just because an effect has applied the tag as well? C++ seems scary. It's not so bad. I guess for me, what made it easier was realizing that in other programming languages, I'm actually used to using pointers. Like pointers are what I'm used to using. The programming languages just hide it from you. And then references were actually the weird part. Like not being able to check if a reference is null and it needing to be needing to be a value, you know? Like you can't do new ref. Like that doesn't make sense, you know? It's nonsensical. Okay. So let's see here. Flomo. Okay, now what happened here? Did things happen? We activated the ability. We added and removed tags. Okay, nothing else happened after that though, so we still didn't get where we want to. I don't think we got where we wanted to. Applied tag. So casting is still there. Okay. So restart that. The fuck was that? Oh, the ability is, it got garbage collected. Okay, yeah, let's put that first. All right, let's try that again. Okay. Yes. Hello. Welcome. Okay. So let's pause there for a second. Pause there for a second. So I want a breakpoint on gameplay tags processor. And yeah, so we want that breakpoint. Okay. Now let's take a peek, see here. Why can I not breakpoint there? I was able to do that last time. What the heck? I guess maybe I should check if they're actually... Like, we don't get here for any of these. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let me actually look at the... So we do add casting, and I guess it wasn't there. Which maybe I should have checked that, but let's check that regen mana is set up properly. Blocked by tags entity data. Yeah, it's blocked by a whole lot of tags. So we should be getting here. It doesn't really matter if it's on the owner or the target. Ooh. Yeah, maybe I do need to pass in target there. Yeah, I need to iterate over... Or not iterate, I need to pass in target data there. But it's only when gameplay tags change. No, yeah, it is owned. It is owned here. I did this right, because we're iterating over applied effects and owned effects. Applied effects and owned effects. Do I populate that properly? I wonder if that's the issue. I don't. That's the issue. We're never actually getting in there, I think. That's at least one issue. There were two issues. Applied effects. Where am I adding there? We're in placing there. Yeah, so we need to grab... Apply effect. We have the targets effect. And then let me, do I have the, am I iterating over owner or entity? No, I'm iterating over entity. Do I pass in context here already? I do, wonderful. Okay, so let's grab auto, owned, active, effect data, context data source entity, if we have it, which we should. There's no reason we shouldn't. So I'm gonna assume that that's always the case. Effect entity, effect ID. Yeah. Okay, so now they're in the proper place. Live coding that. Live coding that. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Appreciate you. Okay, let's restart that. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. So, actually put that back now. Put that back. Okay, we are casting. Let me check what owned effects are here. Owned effects is empty. Applied effects. Okay, so why is owned effects empty? That should have in placed. Did I do that right? Oh, I did applied effects again. Okay, yeah. No wonder. No wonder. Rebuild it. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. No, I don't think so either. And then I guess I need to make sure wherever let's make sure I'm removing properly too. I saw it being removed. Calculate dependencies. Do I care about that kind of stuff? For owned? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, applied should contain everything. Yeah, so I do remove from owned effects as well. Oh, and we search through and remove it. Wait, what are the key? What is this keyed on? I forgot. Oh, the entity ID. Yeah, that's fine. Or the entity. Okay, one more time. One more time. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of effects get applied there. Oh, am I, it's like every time I move. Because of the moving tag gets added. Anyway, let's look at owned effects. Okay, I do have owned effects here. Nice. Nice. So it should be that we should be getting in here now. Owned tags data. I do have the casting and the loose tags. Should. No, I add those I add those manually, rather, so. Okay, we still didn't get in there, did we? We still didn't get in there. Bro, why can't I was able to put debug things in here before. Why can't I do that now? Why can't I do that now? In tags has any typed tags. Let me make sure it has any. We check loose and effect tags. So if blocked by tags has any of the owned tags, or no, it's any of the, if any of the owned tags has any of these tags, which we can just grab manually. But I would like to see what those fucking are. Please, please let me breakpoint, please. Use file name only? What does that mean? Why? I just want a breakpoint right there. What effect are we on? Oh, I guess this is happening for every effect. Oh, okay, we do get here. Okay, it is blocked now. It is blocked. Okay. I hope that's the right effect. Let's check. Regen mana is now blocked. Okay. Things happened. Oh, I wasn't vlogging. Okay, rerun the test. Okay, I'm gonna wait for a pip to happen. There we go. Okay, a lot of pips happened there. What we want. That's what we want. Okay, so I'm gonna look through this and make sure the data looks correct. Applied tags, equipment. Okay. So yes, we have added tags moving there. Don't care about that actually. Removed tags is empty. Why did that get logged? Which theme are you using for writer? I think it's just Darkula, I think is what it is. Why does it look like Java and also doesn't look like Java at the same time? It doesn't look like Java because it's not Java. It's C++. I couldn't tell you why it looks like Java because Java is camel cased. And everything I have here is Pascal case. I'm not sure. You tell me why it looks like Java. Why do you think it looks like Java? And don't tell me it's because of the .cpp files. Regen mana removed, blocked by owned tags. Beautiful. Activating ability, heal ability. Next frame, we have added the casting tags. Wait, we've added and removed it at the same time. What? When copy pasta goes wrong. This episode on when copy pasta ink goes wrong. I see. Yeah, okay, let's run live coding there so we can get a proper Proper debug. Clear. Clear. Okay, start. Okay. Added tags, removed tags moving. Beautiful. Regen mana removed by blocked. Removed blocked by owned tags. Yeah. And so I guess I never actually got to the... Where's the end effect processor? I feel like I never actually got here. Oh, I need to grab the owned... I need to remove it from the potentially other owned effects. Yeah. Yeah. That should never happen. That should never happen. I think. Auto owner active effects data. So yeah, we needed to have done that as well. I suppose we didn't actually... The owner and the target should be the one and the same here, though, in this case. But I never actually got to this log. And what do we need here? End effect data. Oh, end effect data is going onto the effect. That might be where I'm going wrong with it. What's the music name? It is in the player on screen. Okay, we are doing effect entity there. Effect entity. Effect entity. Aha. Yes, these are all wrong. These are all wrong. That would be why. So they're not actually getting removed. Dude, I had so many issues in here too. There were so many. I thought there was going to be one thing I fix and then we're all hunky-dory, but no, not today. Today is not that day. Could not apply, wait for regen mana. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, so things are happening. I mean, it's not beautiful that it couldn't apply, but... It's beautiful that the logs are logging. Regen mana removed by blocked on tags. Regen mana removed. Could not apply, wait for regen mana. So that's a 3-frame process. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess a 4-frame. Activate ability. Ability applies tags. Queues up a remove. Ability queues up add tags. Add tags get processed. Queues up remove regen mana. Regen mana gets removed. When regen mana gets removed, it processes the additional effects, then wait for regen mana goes. That's kind of long, I'll be honest, for that whole that's kind of long. The reason it's taken 4 frames is because I have a command buffer queue that gets processed at the end of all the processors running. So any like add or remove datas need to happen there. Do you have a Discord server? Nope. I was thinking about changing the command buffer a bit, though, changing it up such that because the reason I don't want to do that after each processor, I can't do that during the processor. I definitely can never do that. But I could do it after the processor if it's not for the fact of the spatial data grid. Were it not for that fact. So I'm thinking about having a couple different stages, perhaps. Where in one stage we do any processors that require the spatial data grid. And then and we don't process the command buffers until those are all done. And then we do processors where I can process the command buffer in between each one. That way this doesn't happen every frame. Because yeah, these interactions are going to be pretty latent actually. 4 frame, I can deal with 1 frame. A 1 frame delay, I think that's fine. No one's gonna notice. It's not gonna matter. It's never gonna matter. 4 frames, that feels bad. That feels bad. So either I could just have a Boolean on the processor, on each processor that says don't process command buffer after me. Something like that. That would be the easiest way to do that actually. And then I don't need to come up with like different stages or anything. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. I think I want to do that. I think that's going to be, we're going to do that separately though. That's going to be like, let's get this all in place first and then we'll make some additional changes to the ECS. Because another thing I was kind of wanting to do was like a staging ground for data as well, for any data that I'm trying to add. And so that way, if I want to get entity data and it doesn't exist, I also want to pass in a Boolean that says, hey, if there's any of this data in the command buffer for this entity, give me that so I can update it, you know? And then that way I can add a new entity data for more than 1 processor per entity per frame. It'll just make it more flexible. The command buffer would need to be stored separately though. You making music or something? Does this look like? I mean, I guess it kind of does from that view. I don't blame you. No, it's a video game. It's not music. This is not music. The game is going to be, it's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. This did technically work though. Could not apply wait for regen mana though. Let's look for that. Why couldn't we apply? I don't know. I don't get a reason, do I? I guess it's just tags. I guess it's just tags there. Wait for regen mana couldn't apply. I think that's because the casting. I think it's blocked by casting. Okay, yeah, so target blocked by cast, casted, casting, channeling. And dead. So wait for regen mana. I don't think should be blocked by that. I think it should be blocked by... No, I don't think it should be blocked by anything other than dead. I don't think it should be blocked by anything, actually, because what's going to happen, the flow for this is we have regen mana on the target, which is regen mana. Regen mana is blocked by a number of tags. So it will get removed when the target is dead, when wait for regen mana gets applied, which this is the effect that applies wait for regen mana, so that should never cancel this ability, or this effect, but it doesn't hurt anything, so just kind of like an extra insurance there. But it's mainly when casting starts, any one of these casting tags starts, this will get removed. So on complete, always, we will apply the wait for regen mana. So when you start casting, your mana regen stops, and you will need to wait 10 seconds before you start regenerating mana. Regenerating mana happens every 5 seconds. So it'll be a total of 15 seconds before your next tick of mana. And so wait for regen mana gets applied. It only gets removed when dead. It should have a duration on it, I think, actually. Yeah, this doesn't have a duration on it. It should. Oh no, it does. I'm dumb. I'm fucking blind. It's right here. Duration of 10 seconds. So on complete normal, we'll add back the regen mana effect. On complete prematurely, we'll add back in wait for regen mana. But what is completing this prematurely? Nothing is actually completing this prematurely anymore because I removed those tags. So, yeah, how do I want to handle that now? How do I want to handle that now? Yeah, so even if you start casting again, I guess I need to handle on complete prematurely if it can't even be applied, right? Because what would happen when so what you'd start casting, it would apply a wait for regen mana, casting would finish, wait for regen mana would be it would be still just going, it would be at time minus whatever your cast time is, and at the end of 10 seconds, even if you've started casting again, which should reset the timer. Ideally, I want that to reset the timer if you start casting again. You would get to the end of this duration. It would attempt to, on complete normal, and apply a regen mana. Regen mana would attempt to apply. Wait for regen mana would remove. Regen mana would attempt to apply. It would be blocked by this code right here because we would currently be casting. And I guess if we had weaved in multiple casts in that 10-second window, it doesn't actually like reset. So I think maybe there's an event tag that I do from the cast ability. I think it's just the cast tag. Casting. Cast. That is on cast time finish. There's also casted. Casted. Finish cast anim. Okay, so that actually, I don't use that anywhere. Casted. So I guess the only event one I have casting that'll be there for the length of the cast. And then it'll do on, so on cast time finished is actually when he starts doing like the, you know, animation. So it's not the actual end of, I don't think it's the actual end of it, is it? On cast time finished. Casting loop time. Minus deal damage trigger time. Yeah. On cast time finished is what happens not at the very end of the ability. So I could add and what would happen if I added and removed a tag in the same frame? Would that actually do anything? I don't know. I don't think that would actually do anything because I resolve all the tags first. So the cast tag is really is what I have. Casted wouldn't really do anything. So wait, I add this and I add cast and remove cast in the same frame. So wait a second, let me see what that, do I still have that up? Yeah, so that probably never got applied. Okay, added and removed tags were the same. So that made it into the gameplay tag processor, but I don't think that would trigger anything. Because that gets logged here first. Because we would resolve all the tags. Yeah, so yeah, that tag actually has no effect right now. It would be incapable of affecting anything right now. So I'm gonna not remove this here and wait for it to remove at the end of the ability, which I think is already there. Yeah. Is casting not why not add casting? I add channeling here. Where is casting added? Activation block. Okay, so am I just like, let me look at like fireball ability. Tags. Activation. Oh, okay, so casting is an activation owned tag. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. That is, I think, yeah, that does make sense. So casting is on there for the life of the cast. Casted is there such a thing? Like, do I want to have the ability to add like an event tag? Basically, like a tag I send to the processor that like gets removed the same frame it gets added, just to like trigger, you know, just to like clear some abilities or something. It could be useful. It could be useful, but I'd rather like not have to introduce new concepts if I don't need them. So I think maybe what we should do is I can use the casted tag, or rather the cast tag. Let's remove casted from here just to make sure we know that it's not fucking doing anything. Casted, yeah, that's not going to... Montage isn't working right now at all, so... yeah, I'm just gonna leave that as. So I guess we could just have on the wait for mana regen ability. That's the old one. The wait for regen mana. Target blocked tags. We could add cast on there. Because that will be added for some amount of frames. And so that is like the end of the cast, basically. And I have on complete prematurely as re-adding itself. Which this will be a little inefficient, but I guess what will happen once I add this, I don't have this in place now, but I guess if an effect tries to apply, it should also, and can't, it should also trigger the on complete always and on complete prematurely effects. And what's going to happen is it's going to keep trying to apply wait for regen mana every frame that cast is on there. I guess it's also going to fucking do that for dead too, though, which I don't want that to happen. I could manually determine the life cycle for a wait for regen mana. Like I could just manually add that on the end of... I mean, I already am, actually. I already am doing that. I already am manually adding the wait for regen mana. Okay, so there could actually be potentially two. There could be two wait for regen manas now. Because I don't have any stacking or override logic anywhere at the moment. Do I manually manage this life cycle? It may actually be easier. It may actually be easier. And also, there's going to be a case where I'm regenning mana and I get to max mana. Like, I don't think I want to keep effects around if they're not going to do anything. You know? Like, I think I could have a full mana tag that, like, keeps regen mana off there. So I guess what I need to decide now is, does the effect activation being blocked trigger on complete apply additional effects? Do I want that? Because that would allow for cases where effects are attempting to be applied every single frame and they can't. If they try to apply themselves. They try to... Congratulations, you applied yourself. I feel like I want to say no on that. I feel like the answer to that I would want to be no. Because, like, with the dead tag, I don't want anything to be going. So if we try to apply regen mana and any of these things are on, it will just try to keep, it would be applying wait for regen mana every frame. It would be trying to do that. Not every frame. It would try to do it when it gets blocked. But not canceled. It would do that successfully when it's canceled. And these interactions are going to be tricky to nail down exactly what I want, because I feel like there's going to be situations where I want each capability. I think I'm kind of leaning towards managing this manually without this complex tag interaction. So there is no on complete normal. Is my screen flickering to anyone? Sorry, the feedback I was saying, I think it's the Twitch player that's being weird. Bro, the Twitch player is like blinking. I think that would explain why I only have 2 viewers on Twitch at the moment. Yeah, YouTube's not doing that. Interesting. Interesting. Anyways, okay, back to this. Yeah, so I think I just want to manually manage this, especially like, I think that's just going to be way easier. So remove cast off there. Block by tags, dead. And then I think I do need some sort of overwrite logic now for this. On complete prematurely. If this completes prematurely, it's because I'm dead. So I don't want to re-add wait for regen mana. On complete normal, regen mana. So if I die, it shouldn't apply regen mana. But if the time runs out, it should. If it gets overwritten, I don't think that should. Because overwritten is more like refreshed, right? It should refresh the duration. There can only ever be one regen mana on here. Now, another thing I could do... So I made the decision to make target blocked tags and target canceled tags the same. So if you've specified any tags that should cancel your gameplay effect, it'll also block it from being started. Because I was thinking, when would there ever be a case where I would want a tag that, you know, blocks the effect that doesn't cancel it, right? And I now have one. I didn't think about this case where you want something to refresh when it's applied. That is actually the case. That is actually the case. Now, I guess with what I have now, that would be a 2-frame thing. So there would be a frame where both get activated, I think. Well, no, because... No, I don't think so, because it'd get removed by the end of the frame. So that is the case for that, right? That is the case for having those two distinctions. I just wanted less... Just wanted less data, you know, less things to add. Because adding 2 different pieces of data for that, it would be nice for overwriting logic. But I also I kind of spec'd out an overwrite effect data and stacking effect data. But they're kind of like the stacking effect data too. It's like kind of one and the same, right? Or not one and the same, but they're like, they overlap in terms of... Because like you could say override logic is the same as like a max stack size of 1, right? So either I have some overwrite data and manage this more manually. Well, no, I guess managing it manually, I'm going to do it either way. So either I can have overwrite data, or I can have target blocked and target canceled as separate. But then I would also need to have owner canceled and owner blocked as separate as well. Which is an annoying amount of data. It's an annoying amount of entity data to have when you're building out these effects. So it's also an annoying amount of data to be on the entities themselves as well. It's annoying on the design side and the processing side, like the efficiency side. I will need stacking logic. I will need that. And so, do I want to say that no stacking effect data on the effect means that... What does that mean? You can just apply, there's no overriding logic or anything like that. It just applies as many as there are. It doesn't stack at all either, so they're all like separate effects. Also, like, what does stacking do, you know? I mean, I get what it does in the original system, but like, what do I want it to do, I guess is what I'm asking. Because I could, like, stacking could just mean, like, multiple of the same effect is allowed, right? And then they each have their own independent durations and stuff. And then the stacking effect data just defines, like, a max stacks allowed of the same. It's like, it's saying max of the same type of effect by source or target, you know. I think like the default for me in terms of design is going to be, I only want there to be one application of an effect type per source. That would be like max stack 1, aggregate by source, or stack by source. And so that way, if you if you have a dot that you put on the target, you can't just put multiple, right? Multiple of the same dot. And then it's like, what do you want to happen? What's the stacking logic do? There's a lot of different ways it could be done. No, I say a lot. There's a couple different ways it can be done. Yeah, either you just allow multiple of the effect applied, or you increment the stack count. Thing is, when you increment the stack count, you lose the individual effect duration. And that might be desirable. And maybe I just have an enum for like what that logic should be. You know, independent duration or shared duration. So, and then you would need a policy for, yeah, when you apply a new stack, does it refresh the duration? Or does it keep the original effect's duration and just increase the magnitude by 2 or whatever, you know? I think having both of those options would be nice. It would make the abilities feel a little bit different, especially for dot abilities is basically So there's going to be dot and debuff abilities that stacking is going to be important for, I think. Buff abilities potentially too. Buff, debuff, and then damage over time. And heal over time. Damage or heal over time. I think, yeah, if I'm going to need that stacking data and I'm going to need that logic, again, the question I go back to, what does no stacking effect data mean? What I would like that to mean is the default for me in terms of design, which is only one effect per source of the same type of effect. But that doesn't really that's not what the data really represents. So the programmer side of me kind of hates that. The designer side of me is like, that's going to be really nice, because then 90% of my, I won't need to add stacking or overwrite policy for 90% of my shit. The practical, or I don't know what the term is, but like the programmer technical side of not having stacking effect data, to me would mean that you can just infinitely apply any number of them on the target. Doesn't matter how many are on there, source or target or whatever. But if I had these separate, if I separated target and, or if I separated blocked and canceled tags into different data, that would allow me to specify how these things should be overridden without applying stacking effect data. But at that point, am I just being like disingenuous about it? It's like I'm gonna have to add a piece of entity data in either scenario. But it's not like that makes it any easier for the designer side of things, for designing the effects. I think I probably should just add stacking effect data. Overflow policy. I don't know if I care about that. Overwrite policy. Or like apply policy. This is like this is duration policy, really. Application duration policy. Policy. I don't know if policy is the right term there. Either refresh or ignore. I think the default would want to be refresh there. Max stacks, stack count. That should be, yeah, no, keep that at 1 actually, because when they apply the first time. And then I guess I need like an aggregation policy as well that I was talking about, which would be E aggregation policy. And it's like What's Gas GNU Assembler? No, it's gameplay ability system. So it's like a built-in Unreal Engine framework. Aggregation policy. And so this should be like stack. So it's really like share duration, independent duration. Yeah, like that's really what it would be. How would I refresh the duration on it? I would have to like edit I would have to edit duration data, I think. Duration, aggregation, duration stack. I guess there could be one where it's like increase duration. Wait, so no shared, no, that would need to be refresh, increase, or ignore. I gotta like annotate each of these. To the default duration. Of all stacks, yeah, that's a good question. So if they have independent durations, refresh would need to refresh all of them. Oh. Yeah, that one kind of doesn't work with duration stack, does it? Maybe I should only have one enum for these. Share duration. Independent duration. Increase duration. I mean, is that? And then just ignore duration. Yeah, I think this actually properly enumerates. So share duration would be of the existing effect. We'll refresh the duration of the existing effect and apply an increment stack. We'll add a new effect instance with its own duration. Does not increment stack count. It's kind of like it's like a max number of and then this is like once max stacks is reached, we'll remove the oldest effect. Yeah. We'll increase the duration of the existing effect by the amount of duration of the new effect and increment stack count. And then what happens when max stacks is reached? What happens when max stacks is reached there? It's pretty clear what happens on share duration. Can you just infinitely increase the duration? I don't know. Ignore duration. Yeah, we'll ignore the, I'll say, yeah, I'll just say does not change the existing effects duration. I'll say increments stack count. Which is probably a pretty rare case. I probably will never end up using that policy. But I think that effectively surpasses this. So I think that's how we do it there. And then is there anything in overwrite that I would need to keep? Oh, yeah, overwrite asset tags. Ooh. Yeah, I think that should be done by... God, this is where cancel and block tags would come into play. I think I need both. Unfortunately, I think I would need both. I could put... It would be kind of interesting to... I don't think built-in gas has like a stack by tags type of situation, do they? Overflow effects. Deny overflow application. Stack limit. Stack duration refresh. Stack period. Oh, interesting. Yeah, should the period reset? Would I care about something like that? That's like super specific. Whether the period resets when it gets stacked. Stack expiration. Oh yeah, and then what happens when we get to stack expiration policy? God, why is stacking so complicated? There's so many options. So let me just write down some things here. Do I care about period refreshing? And then the stack expiration policy. Yeah, that's one that's probably important. That's one that's probably important. Like, do you just want to, when the duration independent, this would not matter for independent duration. So this would only apply for, I guess, shared duration. And ignore duration. Increase duration. Well, I mean, I guess you could actually have this apply to each of them. I don't know why you would. Okay, let's do a UEnum here. Spec this out. Duration expiration policy. Duration expiration policy. And so I would want like refresh duration remove one stack, remove all stacks. That is actually, could be. Yeah, that paired with independent, or that paired with increased duration is actually a scenario that could work. Remove all stacks. Remove one stack. That's just, remove one stack is the same as refresh, right? Is it refresh is just yeah, that's what they're saying. It's effectively infinite, which why would you ever want that? I don't think you'd ever want that. Remove one stack and refresh. What are you doing? I'm trying to figure out the ins and outs of my gameplay ability system rewrite here. Kind of trying to figure out stacking policies. Finds what happens when a stack expires, when duration expires. But yeah, I think I would need that. View property. So application defines what happens when an effect applied to, what happens when an effect is applied to a target that already has stacks. Already has a stack. Yeah, so they have the overflow kind of event in there. And I could see that. I could see some abilities that would care about that, you know. Like I think even in vanilla WoW, there's that concept. I think if you're a rogue, and there's what is it? Is it deadly poison? I think it's deadly poison. You can put poison on your weapons, and then each weapon has a chance to poison the target, which adds a stack of poison that does ticking damage. And then if it gets to max stacks, and whenever one gets reapplied, it like deals instant damage or something. I think that's how that works. I mean, but you could think of an ability like that. So having an overflow kind of event and having overflow data would be something that's conceivable that I would want. So I think I have overflow. Yeah, I mean, I think what I have here is fine. Alexandra, thank you for the follow or the sub. Welcome in. Overflow effects. Yeah, I think I just kind of want to like. I think I kind of want to not do the because I don't have anything that does any overflowing yet. I think maybe I don't want to write this in until I need it. The rest of this I think is important to spec out though. I think what I can get away with for now is just having a separate cancel tags and a blocked tags. I'm really trying to avoid that. And I feel like I'm just like fighting. I'm just fighting against a concept that should probably just exist. It's just I already have so many. Maybe to make it easier on myself, I could put them in the same thing. Canceled by tags. Blocked by tags. Let's do that. Let's do that for now. Although that's gonna fuck up my... Oh, that's gonna fuck up my functions that I have. Okay. I can't do that. Okay, they gotta be separate. God damn it, I hate this so much. Oh, the programmer in me hates this, but the designer in me is like, we need this. Canceled by tags. Ends this application when the owner has any of these owned tags. I'll say prevents this activation. And then target blocked by, I will need to have target canceled as well. Ends this application. And the target has any of these untagged, and then this is prevents this activation. Okay, let's register those with the subsystem here. Target canceled. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Every fiber of my being hates this. I'm so conflicted. I called it canceled by. So this one I called blocked by, and that one and the other one I called blocked. Target blocked. Right, that's fine. I don't care. That's fine. So now, where do I need to add that to? Apply effect processor. Check owner tags. Check target tags. And this is on apply effect. So does owner have block tag? Yeah. So that can stay there, but that can stay there. I think apply doesn't change. I think I only need to change the gameplay tags processor part. And we need to switch target block tags to F target canceled tags. F canceled by tags. Is it that easy? Is it that easy? Such a banger song here. Okay, I think that's all we need to do actually. So the implementation for that was pretty simple, but the amount of entity data on the entity now is a lot. These gameplay tag containers are not small. 32. I mean, 2 of them can fit on a cache line, so that's something. But yeah, that's not small. And maybe I need to make maybe I'll find making my own tag container is better. And I think the reason this takes so much is because it has parent tags and gameplay tags. So I could probably cut this in half. What's half of 3216? Yeah. So I should maybe even play around with inline allocators for these. That's all stuff I'm not doing yet because I want to see the performance impact of that, right? Like I'm not going to do that prematurely. Maybe prematurely isn't the right term, but like I want to see how much of a difference that makes. I don't just want to do it because I know it should probably be more performant. I want to actually see the difference so I can learn. And I have seen some places where I've used inline allocation on my arrays, and I haven't seen much of a difference in performance. And maybe they were just situations that performance was dwarfed by other things. Okay, but this... yeah, target blocked and target canceled. So this should cancel itself, I guess, right? What was I going to do with that? What was I going to do with all this? I forgot. We went on quite a tangent there. I was trying to get the mana regen and stuff working. And the problem I was having was just managing the life cycle of wait for regen mana. I said I was going to manually apply it, which was already happening in my old system. I guess I was doing both in my old system, so a little bit of unnecessariness happening there. Let me recap here. So regen mana is applied by default. On complete always. Excuse me. On complete always will trigger wait for regen mana. So yeah, whenever regen mana is removed, basically. I don't know, do I want that? I kind of want to just manually manage this. Kind of just want to manually manage this, because I know I'm going to remove it when we're at max mana too. Let's add a... We need to add in the canceled here. So this is canceled by tags, and so... dead should go in here as well. And see, this is the thing. A lot of these are going to just be let's just duplicate this right here. So it should be blocked by wait for regen mana, and it should be canceled by wait for regen mana. It should be blocked, and it should be blocked and canceled by both, I think, actually. So this is just like straight up more data for the same functionality. Like this is the case that I wanted to avoid by combining the two. So in this case, I think both. Yeah, both. But I mean, if it's going to be automatically removed... And I should have the events, right? I think I should have the events. I think the only thing I would just want to keep in there is maybe dead. And wait for regen mana. Because then the casted, casting, all that stuff. It's just automatically going to, by nature of adding wait for regen mana, it's automatically going to remove it. Okay, so that makes it a little simpler. A lot of those are just like additional, unnecessary. We do need to add, I need to go through and add canceled for all of these. See, this is what's like annoying about this, because like dead, like most of these abilities should not be capable of, they should not be ongoing or able to be activated when you're dead. So I'm gonna have to add both of these on everything, basically. Let's change this to blocked by. Owner and target are the same in this scenario, so doesn't matter. So blocked by dead, canceled by dead, on complete normal. Add regen mana back. That makes sense. Now, as for when this should get added, that's going to be manual. That's going to be manual. And I think I do want to add in here now cast. And casting on canceled. And then on complete, then this is where we can add the on complete premature for wait for regen mana. And so when you begin casting and you cast, let's reorder those. Casting, cast. Casted, I should delete. Okay, it puts it in its own order. King of L, how you doing? Dead casting it. So like when you start casting, it's gonna cancel wait for regen mana when you it's gonna cancel and re-add it twice basically. Can you save me a roadmap what to learn? No. I don't know what you gave me no information there with that statement. I don't know what you want to learn. I don't know what you're going to use it for. I don't know where your current skill set is. I don't know how much time you have. Like you're the only one that can come up with that. Like even if you gave me all that information, like at that point I'm just kind of spoon feeding you, right? Like I would suggest to you that you need to be able to find the answer to that on your own. You need to come up with a goal. You need to come up with what you want to learn. You need to come up with why you want to learn it. What am I going to use that knowledge for? How best do I learn? And once you have the answers to those questions, you will not need to ask anyone that question. And those are all questions that come from within. I already said that. I choose learning game development. I didn't see you say that. Maybe that didn't come through, but please don't feed me any spoons. You're gonna eat my spoons and you're gonna like it. Welcome in, Unimodular. How you doing, buddy? But even still, like game development is a very broad category. That's a very broad statement. Can you give me a roadmap for game development? Like, no, I can't, because I don't know what kind of game you want to make. I don't know what your skill set is already. I don't know what, like, there's so many different aspects of game development. Like, there's the art, music, sound design, there's programming, there's just game design in general. I said in last stream. I mean, dude, I can't remember everything everyone said every stream. I don't even remember what I said last stream. But it doesn't matter. Like, those answers come from within. And I know a lot of people don't know where to start when learning things. I understand that feeling. But that is blocking you from learning. Like if I had that mindset where it's like, I don't know how to start, I need someone to tell me how I start, I would never have gotten where I am today. I got to where I am today because I took matters into my own hands. Like I don't have a college degree. Like I dropped out of college and learned on my own. And I've been doing that since I was like 16 years old. That's how I'm able to do this. That's how I'm able to overcome all of the problems that are in front of me. You got to be able to find those answers, and you can't wait for a streamer to tell you what to do, where to go, what your roadmap is. Goldfish memory, yeah. So I'll give you, I have given you some direction in terms of what you need to think about to answer that question. I'm not the, I think I'm a bad teacher. I think I would be considered a bad teacher. Because like, I'm not going to teach you things. I think I would just teach you how to teach yourself, you know? Teach a man to fish, that kind of thing. I actually started learning CPP. Nice. What are you going to use it for? Why are you learning CPP? And I think the how best do I learn is a very important question that people don't always ask themselves. And that maybe is why they struggle. Like I figured out through going through and dropping out of college that I don't learn very well from just doing tutorials or following a course or getting told every day, study this, you know, regurgitate it at the end of the week on a test or whatever, right? I don't learn very well by doing that. But I always had projects that I was interested in doing, and I was always just like I started by making a World of Warcraft private server. Like that's what got me into programming. That's what I didn't even know what programming was. I was like fucking 13 years old, man. I was just like, dude, I want to make a private server. That sounds cool. How do I do that? I just started Googling, how do I do this? And yeah, there were tutorials that I followed, but it was like a tutorial specifically for what I wanted to do, right? And not a tutorial that's like a general, like, here's a general game dev tutorial or something. Here's a general C++ tutorial. Like, that doesn't actually, like making a World of Warcraft private server, that's a pretty specific tutorial that's like tailored to exactly what I wanted to do. That's where I figured out, like, I learned best by like actually applying the knowledge. I learned by doing, I learned by working on projects best. And that might not be how everyone works. I do have to admit that, because a lot of people come in here asking if I have any resources for them. And I'm sorry, I don't, because I don't really use any specific resources other than Google search, right? But that does make me feel like I may be in the minority of how I learn best. So that's why I always preface or say that figuring out how you learn best is very important. And you know, I've been in other streams where people give suggestions, and you know, maybe some chatters give suggestions too on what you should start with and stuff like that. And I think that lacks a bit of personable, is that the word? It lacks a certain personalization sometimes. But I mean, sometimes that's what people are looking for, but sometimes that's what people are looking for. Just tell me what to do. But I think people will be much more successful when they can figure out what they need to do on their own. And so some of the advice given by either streamers or chatters sometimes lacks that, how best do you learn? You need to do what's best for you kind of approach, which is hard to convey, right? Like, you can't account for every variable when you're saying something like that. So I get it, but that's the asterisk on my advice. Anyways, now that I've successfully derailed my thought process, what the hell was I doing? Yeah, I was trying to figure out wait for regen mana. Yeah, I guess I was saying the wait for regen mana is actually going to remove itself. It's going to apply twice. And I feel like that's just not worth it. It is nice that because of these it happens automatically, but like if I'm going to apply this at the end of a cast, so at the beginning of a cast, I should always remove regen mana, I think. I should always remove regen mana. So actually, I think I want cast and casting in here. Or cancel and block. I mean, sure, it's not really the truth, though. Wait, what isn't the truth, though? I guess learn how you learn, but it's not really what's the true hindrance. What is the true hindrance in your perspective, then? And I guess if we're on the same page, I'm talking about like a situation where someone comes in and asks for direction. Which is, yeah, you know, something I don't quite understand, because I don't think I would ever do that, because I would just like a lot of what people ask, I would just Google search that, and I've done that for, you know, the better part of a decade now, and so I know that there is I could literally copy and paste some of these comments into Google, and I will get a much better answer than what any live streamer would be able to give me in the moment. And it will have links to resources, videos, like, so To me, the hindrance is people not understanding some of those like foundational things that I was talking about themselves and how they learn and how they get started on something. Like, it's not necessarily like the lack of knowing where to start, because there's a wealth of resources on the internet on how to start, like anything you can imagine. And I get if it's like something really specific. The more specific of a question it is, the more so I get it. Right? Like if you're asking, hey, my drawing, what mesh component should I use for procedural terrain in Unreal Engine? I can give you a really specific answer for that. And I would get why you would. And you know, that's really specific. So like, of course that is not going to be on Google. And I've searched, well, maybe it is now, but I've searched in the past and there's not a whole lot of answers on Google about that. So that one's a little bit harder to find, but can Google answer the most important question? How is my drawing? Well, let's find out. How's my driving? AI mode. How is my drawing? My drawing. Oh my God. The AI knows I'm a Twitch streamer. Wow. So it kind of can. Look at these links. The hindrance is people not really wanting it bad enough. Yeah, I guess I don't disagree with that fully. I don't think that's the entire part of it, but yeah, I think that is. I do think I would consider that being part of it, right? They are, whether they accept it or not, they are just tourists. If you really want something, solutions are a dime a dozen. Yeah, I don't fully disagree with that, but I think I have to acknowledge that not everyone is the same as me. And so that would be the other half of it, right? Time wasters and grifters. Okay, well, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. That's a little derogatory, I would say. Like, yeah, I do think it's like people don't necessarily want it bad enough. And I mean, there's a little bit of like, oh, that sounds cool. I'd like to get into that. Like, let me take a peek. Let me dip my toes in the water kind of thing. So I get the tourists statement. But I think it's just more so. I think that's only half of it, I'll say. I think that's only half of it. And it's not like due to them being fucking grifters. That's or they're not trying to be time wasters or anything like that by any means. I don't. They're just talking to me because, you know, they like my streams on some level and want to know my opinion and advice. I think that's the bigger part of why they're asking. That plus not being able to figure out direction. I mean, not necessarily not being, it's all the questions I was saying to ask yourself. Like, they're not following the whole thought process of getting into learning something. No, I don't play. I don't need to practice programming with a game. I don't know that that's the right way to practice programming, I'll say. I think you should practice programming by doing programming. I think that's the better way to do that. But hey, like I said, everyone learns different. So you got to figure out how you learn. If you learn best from a programming game rather than programming an application, and your goal is to just learn, then go for it. But I would also, then the follow-up question is, why do I want to learn this and what am I going to use it for? Because if you don't have the answers to that question, you may as well not fucking do it. Those two questions are important. Why am I learning this? What am I going to use it for? And that's where the using a game to practice programming kind of falls apart. Because that's not going to... That's not going to do that. That's not going to, like, unless you're like, I want to learn programming to get better at this, to get on the leaderboard of this game, or whatever. It's like LeetCode for the sake of LeetCode. Nah, man, you're doing great. Who? Are you talking to me? Welcome in, no worm juice. And Draconin as well. Yeah, I think people don't. I think the big part is people don't really think all the way through of why they want to learn something and what they want to learn it for. Oh, I erected your 9 out of 10 devs hate him, I see. I was just trying to be memey and funny. At least the lead coders are better than the code golfers. Okay, code golfers is a new term. Competitive programming is kind of competition. What is that? What point is trying to be made by that? What was that in what were you referring to there? Responding to there? What is a code golfer? Code golf? Code golf is a type of recreational computer programming competition. The shortest possible source code that solves a certain problem. Oh my god, that sounds horrible. You mean like shortest as in like lines of code? Fewest characters. Oh my god, that sounds... Bro, you just get minified JavaScript. Like that, you can't... How do you even read that? That doesn't sound fun at all. Golf script, flog script. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just regex. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. Lead coders are better than code golfers. You're right. Overly shorten their code to the point where it's just difficult to read. Well, that would be like obfuscation, right? What is goal to learn programming to win competition could be one of the answers. Yeah, it could. Yeah, it could. I think that that's like a kind of a weird answer though. If that's your only reason. But yeah, I have to, you know, you have to accept that other people are not like you. So yeah, there may be some weirdos out there like that. When I've seen it, I don't think it was to intentionally obfuscate. I think it was to look how cool I did this so short. Yeah, there is a type of engineer that's kind of like that. I often think of them as like the tech in like the I don't know if tech enthusiast is the right term, but like you come across different types, different archetypes of programmers in in your career. One of them is like the programmer that wants to use all this new cool fancy stuff that actually just ends up making the code harder to read because it's like not conventional. And it's like, bro, let's just use functions. Every programming language has a function, like, and I think an important consideration when you're developing a code base professionally is the cognitive overhead of the developer while reading and writing code. And I think the tech enthusiast type programmer is more concerned with how cool they can write code or how pretty or how short the code is. But like reading code, you know, I think most of us should know that code is read more than it is written. And writing code short, like the speed of writing code is actually much more closely related to the speed of reading code than it is to writing code, which sounds not incorrect. Like how fast you can write code doesn't actually matter on how fast you can write code. It actually matters how fast you can read the code of the code that you're working within. Like that determines, and the line length is not related to how fast you can read. And it's more, I say read, understand is the better way. to think about it. And so I've been in situations where I've been the only programmer on the team where it's like, yeah, I don't think we should use this new framework, even though it makes us write, 10, 20% less code, because now we're just adding another concept into our code base that is adding cognitive overhead to the development process when we need to write new code. And I've been the only person on the team to be like, yeah, I mean, it makes the code really easy to write. It looks nice, but like, it's a concept that it's just one more concept, right? That's also why I hate Angular Dart in comparison to React, because it does a lot of that. It's very API heavy, Angular JS as well, just Angular in general. It's very concept API heavy. Whereas React, you need to know like 4 hooks and JSX, and that's it, really. and just the life cycle of a React component, I suppose. The rest of it is just functions, and the rest of it is just JavaScript. And it's really fucking easy to get into. Yeah, Angular is it's actually like, it's weird because it's not opinionated enough. It's in that middle ground where it actually hurts, in my opinion. What actually ends up hurting, because it's like it is a very opinionated, and it is like a lot of people like Angular because there's not a million libraries for it, and like everything you need to build a web app is within the Angular framework. And I actually kind of see that as a downside for some reasons, but I get why people do see that as an upside in comparison to React, where there's like a million modules and libraries and stuff. I see that as a positive though, for the most part. For the most part. But yeah, Angular, it's all dependency injection, which isn't opinionated, but you can dependency inject anything anywhere. Which, maybe for most, and I think I've argued with people about this on Reddit. I've argued about it with people in Twitch chats before. Like, I don't think Angular scales as well as React does. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? Like, I've seen React code bases are so messy. Like, they get so, it's like, well, yeah, but there's nothing specific to React that makes it messy. And they all just say like, oh, you just need to spend, more time up front designing for dependency injection hierarchies. Because that's what I cite as like, that's why it doesn't scale very well, because of the dependency injection hierarchy and the modules and all the different providers that you have to do for Angular. And they're just like, oh, well, you just have to spend more time designing. I'm like, oh yeah, just do it. Oh yeah, just do it right the first time. Oh, well, in that case, do that with the fucking React stuff too, which is just functions, by the way. It's just functions. The rest is on you. Where it's like this thing about Angular dependency injection, that is specific to Angular in this comparison. That makes it scale very poorly. Like, I work in the largest Angular code base in the world, or I'll say ecosystem. I work I don't know that for a fact, but I'm like, I can't imagine there's one that's larger. Our app has like 700, and last time I checked, 770 plus transitive dependencies. Because like we have one of those, I work in this ecosystem where we have like, it's like an overall app, but then like each tool within the app is a different actual app, right? And then each like tab or tool within the app is like a different team's application, right? That's like very business logic, tons and tons of business logic. And so because we're part of this overall ecosystem, of which I've worked in multiple different versions of a large ecosystem, both in React and Angular, the Angular ones bring in 770 plus transitive dependencies because other teams haven't set up their dependency injection hierarchies properly without bringing in targets and modules that aren't fully needed, right? Maybe they put 2 classes in a file, maybe they put 2 files in a build target, maybe they put 2 modules or 2 providers in a module that aren't always needed. And that means these things that aren't always needed leak through the application. And so when you inject one of the 2 things, or in most cases more than 2, let's be honest, most cases more than 2, you bring in the other dependencies, it increases your bundle size. And in order to code split in Angular, you have to break apart these dependencies. This hierarchy that is absolute fucking garbage. Like, trying to code split our app has been it was so awful to try and break that apart. Whereas in React, you're just importing. You can just lazy import something. It does not matter where it's imported from, really. You can just fucking import it. You can just fucking import it. And you just slap a suspense, react.suspense around your component, and you just lazy load the import. That's all you have to do. It doesn't matter what the hierarchy of the app is. It's really fucking nice to code split a React app, which means it scales better to me. Isn't Nest.js works kind of Angular? But I have a bit of a headache at work due to this amount of abstractions. I've not worked directly with Next.js, although I have people talk about how it's overkill for a lot of cases. It's like Next.js is like the server-side rendered React, basically. Any moderators for YouTube at this point? I don't know if it's too bad. We'll just get them out of here. I'm pretty sure they keep trying to pull that joke. It's not the first time. It's not funny, nor is it original either. Very very unoriginal. Anyways, I've been yapping. Holy shit, have I been yapping? But anyways, yeah, React, in my opinion, better than Angular at scale. And it has less cognitive overhead, which means I think you can build a React app faster than Angular. Now, React with TypeScript is where the juice is at. Hello. Oh, Nest.js. Oh, I misread. It's John C. Welcome.
Why are you running?
We're yapping.
Why are you
We're doing
running?
some yapping.
What in reverse, Tim? What in reverse?
That was a stream I did. What did you work on? How did it go?
Ow, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What's the dog doing? Welcome, everyone. Sylar says you have a shrine to Mart for us to visit. Oh, does Sylar know about Mart? He popped in the other day. He's still alive. He's still just as Marty as before. So is your day job mostly front-end work? It's full stack, but I would say, yeah, majority of it does happen on the front end. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Nest.js. There's the pooling system for now. Now need to make the actual spawner. Nice. You're getting there. You're on your way to, what was it, 100? You wanted 100 NPCs? What's your target? Oh, you're making shit up. Okay, so the Mart lore. Mart is, so I've been streaming on YouTube Shorts, as has Sylar, and so maybe Sylar, maybe you've gotten a little bit of this too, but the YouTube Shorts chatters are not always the most mature chatters. I know, I'm shocked as well. Mart is like a 13-year-old Pakistani kid, I think. Who came in and he just goes, I forget what was his first one. He was like, make a guy with a club. Like he just started giving me demands. He's like, make a guy with a club, make him attack. And I was just like, you were like the pinnacle of like YouTube Shorts chatters, Mart. If you're over 12, I'm shocked. And he's like, I'm 13. I'm like, oh my God. Make a happy land. Yeah, that's another one of his. He wants me to make a happy land with yellow giggle balls. In every stream, not every stream, but every time he comes in, he will come in and say that. Use procedural generation. Yeah, it was actually, there was a moment where I think I blew his mind, but like it didn't actually. Of course, he just moved on to the next thing because he like said, I think he did say something like use. Did he say that? Turning cog? Are you remembering that? Welcome in, by the way. I haven't seen you in a while. But yeah, he was like, use procedural generation. I'm like, oh, Mart, I'm gonna blow your fucking mind. And of course, he just like didn't say anything about it. It's like, dude, I have this fucking procedural terrain algorithm I spent so much time on that he's just asking for it like I can just fucking whip it up out of my ass. How are things going? They were going, and now I've just been yapping. I'm procrastinating on figuring out my mana regen effects here. Oh, I think I'm about to get my first YouTube check. Wow. They want my address. Either that or I'm getting hacked. You should make a sad C just to spite him. Yeah, and what's the opposite of yellow on the color wheel? We need the sad C. Yeah. I was thinking about making like a, this would be a pain in the ass to go back and figure out all the streams that it happened in, but I was thinking about making like maybe like a YouTube Shorts series where we just go over the legend of Mart and just all of his Mart-isms and stuff. And it's just kind of like VODs of the stream. I thought it would be funny, but I don't want to edit videos. I just want to work on games, man. Editing videos, kind of a pain. Kind of seems like a pain. I told you about my Corge project, and it seems like I made my game somewhat like Pokemon using it. Well, congrats. Still trying to build up to the 500 subs. They'll start flowing in for sure. The more, you know, the more and more you stream on Shorts, it'll start building up for sure. Also, Sylar, if you need the mouse tracking software that I use on Shorts, it's called like OBS Zoom Follow Mouse. So I didn't actually notice if you were using that or not, but I found that the mouse tracking definitely increased the fidelity of the Shorts streams and stuff. Editing videos is not making progress. Yeah, that's why I have a reservation about it. Are you using Voxel plugin? No. I'm not using Voxels, nor am I using the Voxel plugin. My own home rolled system. Homemade. I'll have a look. Yeah, I think you'll. It should help out with the vertical streams for sure. Anyways, we're trying to handle mana regen right now. So the way mana regen works is like every 5 seconds you'll get a pip of mana, a little tick of mana, and when you start casting, it stops mana regen. It stops mana regen. And it should apply this wait for regen mana effect, which delays when your mana starts regenerating. This is how it works in vanilla WoW too. And so the wait for mana regen is 10 seconds. So from when you finish casting, start or finish. From when you start or finish casting, you will need to wait 15 seconds before your next pip of mana. And then every 5 seconds after that, you'll get it, unless you start casting it. That's how it should work. I'm just kind of, and I've had that working. I've been using gas, but now I am rewriting gas. So I'm doing it my own way. Take care, Styler. Thank you for the raid as well. Get you some food. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the ins and outs of what it needs to be canceled by, blocked by, that kind of stuff. And so I have a cast and casting tag. Casting exists for the life of the cast. So the cast time and the actual cast animation. Cast is just the cast animation part. So that's like the finish cast event, kind of. And so what this would do, whenever I have applied gameplay effects, apply additional effects down here, which maybe, oh, you can't fucking see that. You can't see that on stream. But down here I have apply additional effects on complete prematurely set to wait for regen mana. So whenever wait for regen mana completes prematurely, it will re-add itself. Unless it's dead. In which case, it doesn't re-add on block. It only re-adds on cancel. This would like cancel and re-add itself on start and finish of the ability. But I'm kind of thinking like maybe I just handle this manually because I do have this already. I did have this already, which is just manually applying the effect on cast and. Which this should always get hit, whether it's canceled or not, or finishes normally. I kind of think like when this applies, if there's one already on there, maybe this should cancel from itself. Is that, yeah, I think wait for regen mana should cancel on itself, and then that way we get rid of this, and so we just reapply that. I think that works. Is it better to use Blueprint or script C#, sir? Well, C# is not an option for Unreal Engine, so Blueprints would be better. But I think probably what you're asking is C++ or Blueprints better, and that is entirely dependent on you and what you are doing, what you are good at, what you are bad at, what kind of game you're making. What are your goals? Have you taken a peek at some 5.7 features? Only what people have shared in chat. I've seen the mega plants, and of course I am big horny for nanite foliage. But yeah, just waiting patiently. Wait for regen mana, and then on complete. Yeah, if it finishes normally, we can automatically add the regen mana. I think that's fair. Procedural tree thing is pretty cool. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be one of those systems that's like. We're gonna have to wait a while before someone goes in and figures it out, because you know they don't have any fucking documentation for that piece of shit. You know what I mean? There's a project Unreal Sharp, but I'd be wary of trying to use it. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, Unreal C++ is not too bad. I think you should just learn Unreal C++, honestly. It's not too bad. I think this works because it's going to cancel when it gets reapplied. And so we apply it on cast end. I do want to, if you start casting an ability and then cancel it, I still want you to have to wait to regen mana. Like that blocks your mana regen for sure. On start and end. Well, on start we just need to, on start we'll just remove regen mana, which gets removed on cast and casting. Which really it should just get removed on casting. Cast I don't think matters anymore, right? Well, oh no, we need cast for instant effects. Yeah, that's why. That's why. And then if we get to the end of the duration on our wait for regen mana, and regen mana is blocked, i.e. dead or casting. If we're casting, then we would be in a cast ability, in which case when it ends it will just add the wait for regen again. But I think what I have here actually is good. I think what I have here is actually good. Let's see. So I should have regen mana here. Yeah, let's follow. Let's follow through here. Active effects. Probably applied tags as well. Let's get both of those up here. So right now we have regen mana at first. I'm going to remove that when we're full mana. Activating heal. We are adding casting. Removing moving. Remove blocked by regen mana blocked by own tags. Should be canceled. Should say canceled. That should say canceled. And then regen mana gets removed. I do not have wait for regen mana yet. We casted heal ability. The in combat effect got applied. I do need some better logic around that. Like a heal should not automatically put you in combat, but only if you're like healing something that is already in combat should it, right? So we're adding cast here. We basically, we've gotten to the point of no return. Like the cast bar is not finished yet, but we've gotten to the point of no return. Mana, we spent mana. Cost applied. Cost removed. Yeah, wait for regen mana never got added. Wait for regen mana never got added. Wait for regen mana effect. That is set. Let's try that again. Oh, now we did. Wait, why did that get finally ended? Oh, did we just not get there? That seemed weird. But yeah, wait for regen mana is here now. Oh, and it got dropped off. Removed blocked by own tags. What? Canceled by. Did I fuck up the canceled by on there? Wait for regen mana. Canceled by regen mana. No, I put that in the wrong spot. Wait, should I make it cancel itself? Right, it cancels itself. Did I fix the battles? What do you mean? Did I fix the battles? Okay, so what I wanted this is to override the existing one. Okay, but the canceled by tags doesn't actually do that. It ends up canceling itself. If I put it in blocked by, that would just block the new one rather than override the existing one. Canceled. I guess if it's already existing on there, should it cancel? Like that's such a weird, or should it only cancel when it gets explicitly added, like the add event of that tag? Like if it's already on there. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that's kind of weird because then it kind of like eclipses the functionality of the blocked by tags. You're having trouble with large scale fights, the dudes being weird and not visually fighting. Yeah, I mean, I think I fixed that. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking remember what I did. I don't remember anything. Just plowing ahead. But like the fights don't work, combat doesn't work right now anymore because we're rebuilding, you know, the ability system. So yeah, now I'm questioning, like, because now this kind of like defeats the purpose of canceled by, right? Doesn't it? I guess not. It doesn't completely defeat the purpose of it. Features becoming a blur of refactor. Well, I mean, the fights have always been working, so that was part of the refactor. What the heckles is this? This is some heckin' game dev. I'm trying to figure out what I want to fucking do here. Whether or not it should cancel on new application or not. Like that's... I guess I kind of do want that stacking data now, because then this is like moot, kind of. What game? My game. The game I'm making. Doesn't have a name or anything yet. What do I want to do? Should I also check canceled on application? Like, because I only recalc gameplay tags when one gets added or removed. So like, yeah, now I'm kind of going back to like, is the canceled and blocked separation even worth it? Now I'm back to that. Now I'm back to that concept. Because now these are just like the fucking same. Yeah, I think I just want to handle like stack information. Yeah, I think I just want to do the stacking information, actually. Yeah, so hang on, let me grab the stacking effect data here. Do I have that registered already? I do, okay. So I don't have this, let's get rid of overwrite effect data, I think. And I think overwrite asset tags we're gonna get rid of. So let me find this. I think we're gonna remove this. Let's at least remove the logic here. Or rather, matches override policy. Process overwrite policy. It's called from there, so this is not in the right order. Apply effect, okay. Process overwrite policy. This effect cannot be applied due to overwrite policy. Overwrite same source, overwrite any source, and effect data. I'll keep those functions intact. Let's keep those functions intact, and we'll just comment this part out. And then let's go process stacking policy, something like that. And then, yeah, I guess if this, we'll do the same where if it returns a bool, we don't want to like a false bool, then we don't want to do the rest of this. Okay, let me make that function. Let me make that conjunction junction. Entity name, source entity. Name should be effect ID. Effect idizzle. Okay, so will this give me all the information I need? Stay tuned. Okay. Process stacking effect policy. Let's just return true here up front. Returning true. Okay. So let me pull up stacking effect data. So we need to get if this has stacking effect data. And I would like the default to be what is the most reasonable default for me, not what is the most practical or makes sense in terms of the data. So if there is no stacking effect data, well, there's going to be multiple conditions. So, and I think no stacking effect data is going to be the same as share duration max stack 1. Stack by source. There's so much logic here, actually. There's actually a lot of logic in here. Let's just handle overwriting. That's all I'm worried about right now. So how do I want to write this? Bool B should refresh. I mean, this is the easiest way right now. Should refresh existing one. I guess the easiest thing to do would be like if it doesn't have stacking effect data to not do any of this. Just return true. That means I'm gonna have to add stacking data to everything. I don't want to do that. Should refresh is true if there is an existing it should be stack by source or override by source. So active effects entity data, which would that be? That's the target's data. And I need the source data. So we want to pass in context data here. I don't know why I copied that whole thing. We want context data there. Process stacking policy, and we can, there we go, replace it there. That's why I copied it. I knew it. Const. The context data, stacking effect data. Let's also get auto. Well, I guess if only here. So we'll go. Give me owner active, or I'll say source active effects data. Put that there. That should always be the case. That should always be relevant, I hope. An entity is what now? Is that the right one? That is the effect entity. That is important. That is an important distinction. Okay. So we have the source active effects data, and so I'll say if source active effects data, and let's put a function on here. Owned effects. So basically I need to reset the duration of the owned effect there. It's like, should I remove the existing one and apply the new one? Because that would like reset like any periodic effects and stuff like that. Or should I just set the duration to, set the elapsed duration to 0? That would actually be the most efficient. Let's just set and they're keyed by the entity. Okay, shit. So I would need to iterate. Okay. Active effect data, pointer, find owned effect by type, by ID. Or I'll say by I say ID, but it's really type. Find owned effect by type. Active effect data. Existing. Yeah, existing effect I think is a good term. Equals if. Well, this should always be the case, so we'll just initialize the source active effects data. Find owned effect by type, context data dot effect ID. So we're gonna find if it's the same, if there's one of the same type. And if existing effect, else return false. Yeah, so return false because we don't want to apply the current effect. If existing effect, I need to then set the duration of it. So auto duration data on the existing effect. If there is a duration on it, I guess elapsed duration, I can just unconditionally set this to 0. As in unconditionally, as in like I don't care if it's infinite or not, because infinite effects don't even ever increment that, so those should always be at 0. And if it's an instant effect, it's not going to have duration data. Is that ever going to happen? Could 2 instant effects be applied at the same time and then have in the same frame and then have stacking policy? I feel like that's probably, you'd probably want them both to apply if that were to happen. But also, I don't think they would have stacking data. So this would just return false, yeah. That scenario probably just shouldn't have any. Stacking is only relevant for effects with a duration, I would think. So I've not done anything with the stacking effect data, actually, other than just check for its existence. And we're gonna keep it that way for now. So this is the default. This is default. Maybe I put that in a function. But I still want to return the bool there, existing effect. I think maybe I'm going to put this. I mean, maybe we keep that too. Maybe there's 2 functions. Find or you apply effect processor, find existing owned effect by type, passing in just context data. So I'll just do if oh, I actually need the existing effect. Okay. Yeah, that's becoming more readable. Becoming more readable. And then maybe, yeah, maybe let's just keep making some functions to make it readable here. And this will just be refresh duration on the active effect. On the existing effect. Well, we can just pass in entity here. Entity, effect entity. Kind of a small function now that I look at it, but sometimes just making a function, even if it's small, can help readability considerably. Existing effect dot effect entity. Okay. That looks good. I don't know that I want to handle other things here, actually. So I think that should handle stacking, and then that way the tags don't need to cancel themselves, or the wait for regen mana doesn't need to cancel the tag it applied itself. And honestly, the tag that it applied itself is not super important either. Okay, what is what do you? I didn't import something properly. What didn't I import? Probably both of those, actually. Probably both of those. Okay. So let's go back into here. Wait for regen mana. Now we're not going to have it cancel itself. It's just going to overwrite itself. And I did by, that should be by source, right? That is getting, yeah, the source entity. Oh, but actually, if I'm getting by source, I'm not matching it by the target either. It should be by target and source, actually. So I don't think this would work. This would refresh if you applied. So this is only one instance active ever, and it's the old instance. So this actually is not going to work. Actually not gonna work. Okay, I need to be a little bit more clever about this. Yeah, this was very naive. Very naive here. And so I want to look on the target, which would want me to F active effect data, or F active effects entity data. There should be is this target active effects here? Yeah, we do be having target active effects data. And I guess that's a pointer. The target active effects data. So we want to iterate through here, right? This actually do targets active effect data. Find existing owned effect by type. So I need to know this. I do need to know the source entity. So we're gonna go context data dot. We need context data and target active effects data. We need both. We need both. So rather than the owned active effects data, I need to active effects applied effects on the target if there are any ones on from the owner. I don't know, I guess I could check it from either way, but I think this makes more sense. And I need to look up the source entity. I need to look up the context on this, if it's the same type. Auto context data is like active effect context data. Active effect context data, source entity equals context data dot source entity. So if that, then we return it. Then we return it. And this is, oh god, a writer just broke there for a second. This is active effect. That is active effect. Why can't I return a pointer to that? Because it's const? Do I care if this is const or not? I do. I would want a non-const version. Oh, because that's const. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is C++. Okay, so find existing owned effect by type. So let's rename this actually. Find what? Matching. What am I saying here? Find matching. Find matching effect on target. And then refresh the duration if we have one. So that only refreshes duration on the target that we're applying it to. But in all honesty, I feel like the better default is to like remove this one and then add the new one. Let's just say like some pseudocode. I'll say if we don't want to reset the period. Yeah. But I think it just makes way more sense to just do something like subsystem q remove entity data. This is f. Remove effect or f end effect data. Effect entity. No, on existing effect. Cancelled is true. I guess I'm adding the entity twice. I don't need to actually. It doesn't work? Oh, I'm removing. I need to add the remove data. Duh. I need to add the remove data. And I don't think I ever use this entity here. No, I don't. Let's delete it. Let's delete it. So we only ever need to add in the canceled. Okay, I'm gonna need to change a bunch of places, but it's worth it. It's worth it for more clarity. Oh dear, what have I done? Bro, I am confused. Like in life, or? Okay, so we're going to do that. And then I guess we still return... We wouldn't return at all. We just remove the existing one. We're just always returning true. Always apply the new one. If we don't want to reset the period. So this is if we don't have stacking effect data. Well, let's do this. We'll future-proof this a bit, so we will want to get that. But if we have an existing effect of the same type, so it's either we don't have bool, b refresh, not duration, but like period. I guess I don't actually have I don't know yet, actually. I don't know yet. I don't have any data to represent that. Okay, let's just try this out for now. I think this should give me the default functionality that I want. I keep trying to like think down the road. I don't need that right now. I'll do that when and where it's relevant. Yeah, so here's all the places I need to fix. Okay. Okay. What do I need to change? Do I need to change anything here, or are we just we're just gonna try it out? Let's just see what happens. Play. Vlogger. Vlogger should start. We do apply that to target. Okay, let's follow that life cycle. Activating ability, let's pull up all our data here. Active effects. Tags as well, probably. Regen mana, removed, canceled by own tags. And then we actually remove it. Combat effect applied, cost effect applied. We added the cast tag. Mana attribute changed. We spent the mana. We spent the mana. So there's actually... I guess there was actually a scenario where I guess I just need to prevent two abilities being active in the same frame. Being activated in the same frame, which I don't think should ever happen with what I have now, unless I have like a dot that drains mana or something. But I guess there's right now technically a scenario that could happen where both abilities check that they have mana to execute, and they do, but then they both take mana from the other one. I mean, they would both actually still activate, but they would just subtract mana down to 0. I'm not super concerned about that scenario. Wait for regen mana applied. Yes. Now we have wait for regen mana on us. Let's continue. Let me look at my mana regen bars here. And that actually, did that match up? No, the wait for regen mana is not. Oh, it finally did. Regen mana applied. The ticker is bum. It's a bum ticker. The ticker's not working well. Wait for regen mana applied. Removed, rather. Which applied regen mana. Did that apply immediately? That should not have applied immediately. That should not have applied immediately. Let me run that back and watch it a little bit closer. No, that was correct. That was correct. My ticker is throwing me off though. Okay, so wait for regen mana works. It works. Now let's make sure that the cancel case works as well. Yeah. We need to cancel the ability, so we're gonna go. The canceling kind of works all Caddy want. It spent the mana anyway, actually. That's weird. That is weird. It spent the mana anyway. Yeah, I don't think this code is working properly then, if that's the case, because it should have ended. We should have gotten here. Did we? I don't know. That was all wrong. That was all wrong, actually. Trigger current. Did we get here? We did get there. Trigger current ability, anim clear. Ability anim instance is the cast overlay. So yeah, we should have triggered. First of all, the animation should have been cleared. And then we also would have ended the. Where did it come from? Where did it go? Is active. Oh, I wonder if I'm not setting that properly. I think I'm not setting that properly. Look at cast ability. Oh my god, why did that close? Why did that close? Cast ability. Not find declaration to go to. Really? It's there. Let me see if we're active. Let me see if we're active there. And that should be on the cast queue calculator. This would be cast time queue calculator, right? Which is make a loop calculator, yeah. So this guy, get anim end time. Okay, so we don't do anything special on anim end. Let's see that then. Oh god. So the ability Is it marked as active? Is active is false. Because it ended already. But all that does is call end. How is it still calling the end of the cast loop thing? I guess that's just on a timer. But the timer is dictated by the Q calculator, right? Should be. Oh no, we just set the timer there. Oh, on cast time finish, so we need to go there. Set can be canceled, false. Yeah, that's a concept that I haven't baked in yet. But yeah, I guess we get here and we commit ability. Yeah. How did this work before? I guess this kind of... Did this automatically clean up the timers? Because the flow of this didn't really change at all. The flow of this didn't really change at all. So yeah, if I'm not active, we need to return from here. I think that's probably the biggest issue. I am curious about how that worked before. That is not something I had to consider. At least I don't think. Skip that. Okay, let's restart here. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Okay. So the regen mana part worked on that. Now, the animations were all sorts of fucksy-wucksy. How on earth did I have that working before? He got stuck in his, like, casting loop, which means he never ended. See if I can get that to happen again. Let's see if I can get that to happen again. I suppose I'll want to see this piece of information here. Trigger current ability anim clear, because I did not clear the current ability anim, did it? Okay, that was a little difficult there. How did I learn to code C++ for Unreal Engine? I started trying to code C++ in Unreal Engine, and I just kind of learned as I went. How did I get to that scenario? I must have like frame perfect. I must have frame perfected that. How the hell did I get to that scenario? Also, I have no idea if my global cooldown is... There we go. How did I get there? Oh, I'm reusing the bow. I'm reusing the bow anim there. Yo, look at my fucking hunchback ass. Like, grr. Okay. Yeah, so how did I get to that kind of a scenario? Turn ability anim, end ability anim. Be cancel. Wait, that's already. We will have canceled it. Okay, I might be doing extra there. I might be trying to end the ability twice there when I don't need to. What is this? Ability got garbage collected, but not removed. Interesting. Why would that have happened? Why would that have happened? The ability should be ending, no? Yeah, it should have gotten ended by tag processor. I hope this is actually ending it and not the old system. I hope so. Tag processor. Yeah, this would have been here. And, not that. End ability processor. We would have gotten here. We would have iterated through the active abilities. Honestly, if ability is fucking null, end it as well. Yeah, I would like to know if this happens. But I don't like, I have zero information here. It's an empty ability. A null pointer ability. Anyways, yeah, that's gonna be a crash. Interesting. I don't know why that one stuck around, because they should all be being ended properly. Obviously they're not, though. Obviously they're not. But as for the animation not ending, Wonder if there's a bit of a race condition, force instability here. That should be... If this was canceled, and there's ability NMQ. Force instability. I mean, that should be getting triggered here. I suppose the logs would help. I probably should have read those. Force instability, remove ability from queue, and then also if the current ability NM is the case. Canceled? Yeah, I guess I'll see that log. I'll see that log. Please stop spamming. I'm not going to name a car for an edit. That'd be weird. Yeah, let's do a log here as well. I think I'd like to know about this. Trigger current ability anim clear on the anim instance, perhaps? Or should it just be the ability? I think maybe the ability is a little bit better here. And as always, get name safe. Wait, I can't do that? Oh, because it's a weak object pointer. Okay. Okay, run live coding there, so we get that log. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna need to look at the logs here whenever I get this to happen. See how reliably. It would be nice if I could just nail this first try. There we go. Pause. Cancelled is false. Interesting. End current anim canceled false. How was canceled false there? Oh, but there was one that were canceled was true just before. Oh, and it got canceled twice? End ability anim got hit twice. For cast Q calculator. Wait, and then I added it to Q? Oh, this must have been... Yeah, so it's like literally when the frame that transitions from one animation to the other. I'm pretty sure that's a one frame thing. That's actually kind of crazy that I was able to hit that so reliably. It was a lot easier than I would have thought a one frame thing would be to hit. And I think it's because I do this thing here where I schedule next in queue. I do 0.1, which maybe is too long, actually. So I was hoping to just schedule it for next frame. Although if I do 0 is that next frame, maybe it is. Or does it just call it immediately? If it's greater... Otherwise it invalidates it. Okay, yeah, so I do have to set some time in there. It seems. Yeah, so process next in queue. Ability. I suppose I should check if the ability is active at this point before I do this. That's probably the issue. And if I change this to 0.5, can I get it to reliably happen a bit more? Let me look at those logs again. So end current anim got hit by just the nature of the cast time finishing. We were ending the loop anim here. And clearing that one. Adding the new one. And then we get here. Because we added it to queue, but we haven't processed the next in queue. So we are stuck looping, even though we triggered the ability anim clear. Actually, so let me, I want to log then now the ability anim instance. Actually on that. End ability anim on the cast queue calculator. Cast queue calculator. Which one is that one on? That's on the actual cast. Yeah, like when we're done. So we ended that one. We didn't get here because current ability was not there. But it should have cleared, right? On, because we should have gotten to the force end. And we should have removed it from queue there. Let me do a log here. Let me get a log there too. Clear all this. God, this is actually kind of hard. You know what? Let me change that to 0.5. Because I think if that's the issue, this will make it easier to hit the issue. Now I have a half a second. So it wasn't actually frame perfect. It was 100 milliseconds perfect. Yeah, that did seem to make it get hit easier. So I know how to fix it, but I do want to see the flow of events here as to why it's not. Process next in queue. Trigger current ability anim. Okay, so we're triggering the loop. Cast time finished. Now we're going to end the current ability anim. Sending that to cast overlay. A fellow gas not enjoyer. It's not that I didn't enjoy it. It just wasn't performant enough for the scale that I want to work at. So I wrote my own ECS system last month, basically, and I want to work in the gas concepts into an ECS framework, into my ECS system. See, we did get to the force end ability here. Force end ability. And so this should have removed ability from queue, but I don't think yeah, that log didn't get hit. And so I think at this point there is neither we should add it to queue. It should be in the queue there. Should have added that in the queue. That didn't get removed. It's not, so it's not the same pointer, which is weird. Why isn't that the same pointer? And instead, cast queue calculator just got ended twice. Well, that should have gotten ended twice, actually. What was the gas bottle like for your use case? For me, it was forced flows replication. Yeah, I hadn't gotten into any of the multiplayer stuff with gas yet, really, other than just like replicating abilities, but for me, it was just a gameplay effect execute, took like 100 microseconds, which is not a whole lot of time for most games, but like when you times that by 1,000, that's a lot. Turns out to be a lot. So actually, I don't know if I know how to end this because this happened. I guess maybe not ability anim instance. I mean, I triggered the event. Maybe let me go to the anim blueprint actually then. Cancel. God, these noodles are they're a little messy. God, this looks like shit. Oh my god, it's not even in the right order. Okay. Okay, cancel. Are you expecting 1,000 players, or can gas be used on NPCs? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would think that would be the primary use case, actually. Yeah, gas can use... I don't know why you wouldn't... If you're using gas for your player, I don't know why you wouldn't want to use gas for your NPCs. You'd just be kind of like recreating the abilities. Cancel... Cast anim cleared. Yeah, I didn't get that, I guess. I didn't see that tag or that log. Cast overlay. Yeah, that log never got fired. Okay, let's just make a... Let's just log for each event to see what we're getting here. Cast anim, we'll just say trigger event Okay, let's run. Easy peasy now. Easy peasy now with that half-second window. So I get here, trigger, I see it, trigger current ability anim. I don't get that log did not log. Oh no, I'm dumb. There we go. It got logged with casting. I see now. Because it wasn't canceled. Have you read about learning agents in UE? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, so we got casting in there. Did you break something? Always. Always. So yeah, it wasn't canceled. So yeah, we give it the anim tag. So this trigger ability anim clear did not happen. Okay, I think I get why the life cycle. Yeah, because we only like we only clear if we have a current ability anim. That never gets set because it gets removed from the queue and we never end up processing a new one. We get to process next in... Wait, how would we ever get to process next in queue? Oh, there's no current, because there was no current ability anim by the time we got there. I see. I see. So that just returns. How do I want to fix that then, actually? So when I get to this, I should automatically set the next one. I think is the answer here. I set it to null. I schedule next in queue. Oh, I should then. I should actually. Oh well, but it's not canceled at this point. Force end ability. Is there no current anim at this point? Let me see if I can do this first try. I have no idea if this is correct. This is the shitty part about debugging this. I don't know if I pressed it in time. This is ability anim queue. The queue is empty. Interesting. The queue is empty and we are force ending ability. So I think I did hit it actually here. So we force end before we actually add into the queue. So that's why it never actually removes anything. Do I have a current ability at this point? I do. Okay, so the anim loop calculator is the current ability. Anim. Force end ability, I might be calling that from somewhere else. No, yeah, see that one worked properly. Let's try again. Ability NMQ is empty. I think ability NMQ needs to be populated at that point. It's empty, so that didn't work either. God, I'm terrible at this when it's breakpointing. God damn it, I keep thinking yeah, empty again. I suck at this. There we go. Still empty. Am I hitting it too? I might be hitting it too soon, actually. Okay, that one worked, and the queue was still empty. Let me try again. Is it current ability anim? Anim loop calculator. That one didn't work. Current ability anim is anim loop calculator. This is actually kind of hard to hit. Aha! Okay, so current ability anim is cast queue calculator here. Here's our scenario, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure this is our scenario. Okay, so what happens is, yeah, there's nothing in the queue. I hope this has the right ability on it, actually. Heal ability C2. Yeah, so that should be the same ability. So we should end this. So we should get to end ability. We should do all of this. Do I have an ability? The ability anim instance is not populated on. That's fucking why. That is not the reason I thought that would be why. Why don't I have an ability anim instance there? The ability anim instance. Where do I set this? Aha, I set it. Okay, yeah, it's cached. Okay, that's why. That is fucking why. I should do this when it gets added to the queue instead. Can we schedule next in queue? I think, yeah, when we schedule next in queue. I hope that fixes it. I hope that fixes it. If not, then I think we just, if there is no ability anim instance, we have to re-get the ability anim instance. If there is none there. If this doesn't work. See, this is the, like, I hate these kinds of bugs where it's like, I don't know if I'm not doing it properly or if we fix the issue, you know what I mean? I have half a fucking second though, so, and I'm out of mana. Just compiled source code for UE5. It took a couple hours and 400 gigs of storage. Oh, Jesus. Is that what I have to look forward to in my future? I think that fixed it. Yeah, I think that fixed it. Thank God. Okay, that was kind of hairy. That was kind of hairy. How's it going? It's going well. Thank you for asking. Okay, so I think the abilities are canceling properly. The abilities are canceling properly. I think I just accidentally happened to find an existing bug. Like, I don't think this had to do with... I don't think this had to do with my new gameplay ability system. I've been trying to learn Python. Any advice? No, not really. Okay, I think we're good there. Whew. Okay, should I try damaging something now? Let's try damaging something. Well, the ability worked. I need to fix my tickers. He's not spawning with any, he's not spawning with the correct attributes and stuff and such. Yeah, default applied effects and whatnot. Yeah, I guess he's not, I don't have the damage effect or the damage processor working, so I was just trying to see if the, ability would work there. But I guess maybe on the archetype, is he not set up properly here? That's all. You need, what is it, character defaults or is it ability? It's ability system defaults. Attribute sets, you have stats and default attributes. That includes health. Oh, he has 0 stamina. That's the issue, I think. Although I thought I had like a default applied or like a new init attributes. Character level food mana. Is that character stats? Yeah, set character stats should be in there. On default character effects. New character effect handles. Yeah, is that happening for entities? Have you considered radial contextual spell control? For example, hold R to open a radial spell wield and press 1 to 4 to choose variation. I don't think that would work for the kind of combat that I want. I don't think that UI specifically. Unless you're like presetting the variation. You're not going to want to stop in combat and have a UI pull up on screen to select which ability to cast. But if you were using that for like, what are your, what do you call them? Like your pre-selected abilities? Something like that could work. I feel like we should get here. Yeah, I think the radial menus are better for out of combat stuff. I put a breakpoint there to see if he actually gets the health effect at it, because he has 0 max health as well. Oh, does he? He should have calc max health on there somewhere. Yeah, I mean, all of these should have been added. All the same stuff. Regardless of whether or not he has them. I should probably have multiple of these. Yeah, Calc Max Health is on there too. Try that again. That's for care player. Yeah, proxy actor gets some added there too. I wonder if my target portrait is just not correct. Yeah, food and sleep doesn't seem correct either. Let's pause here. Let's go character portrait. I guess it may be on. Is it in my HUD? HUD. Not character panel, it'd be the target panel. Do I not do that here? Is that, do I handle that on the NPC character? Is that why? There's way too much happening within this class, that's for sure. There's a portrait. The target portrait is in here, right? Yeah, there is a target portrait there. Find usages. On character change. Show me that. Do we just never get to update health or anything? Yeah, I wonder if do we just never initialize it maybe? How did that work before? Oh, I do refresh portrait values up front. Okay, let's go there. Well, that's character level. Update health, let's go there. Yeah. hang on. Let's try that again. Update health, go there. Zero. Character. It is the proxy actor. It is the proxy actor. I guess let me look at the vlogger. This is what the vlogger is for. Show me attributes. He doesn't have attributes? Oh, there it is. None of them got set. Well, at least not in that frame. Maybe they get set like next frame or something. He's not like subscribed to the ability system. What does he need to have added that I don't have added? None of the effects are getting applied on him. Where's my proxy? Not proxy, project character, because everything else, a lot of things should be happening in that setup ability system component, but there's something I'm missing. No, I mean, it should all be happening in here, right? How does your beard stay so consistent? Well, one, it doesn't, but two, I just groom it? Yeah, everything should be added here. Everything should be being added here. I guess let me look at effect apply effect processor. This is gonna get triggered like a fucking ton. Target entity data is what I'll want to see here. Target entity, I'm pretty sure zero's got to be player, right? I think 0 needs to be player. Yeah, a lot are gonna be running here. I mean, they're getting applied. Effect applied tags data. Yeah, I guess that's not necessarily... Well, I think this might be the issue. Targets, yeah, that is active effects entity data. How did that not get added to the target? That should be added in that utils function I'm using for both. Yeah, so is it being removed from being removed? If I had to make an executable from a current version of my game, how big would it be? I mean, I don't know that answer off the top of my head. Why would I know that answer? I don't just do that. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe other people know that answer. Who? This is super early in the process. I'm not worried about game size. That's all based on your textures anyway. Like, so, which is, I don't have any of that yet. This is all placeholder stuff. So even if I did have that number, it wouldn't be representative of the final game at all in any meaningful capacity. Okay, this never gets removed. I see no place where that gets removed. So is he just not, he's just not, maybe it's just because he's not spawned fully yet. I wonder. Is that why? Just he's just not spawned yet? Let me do... what is the fucking processor I'm looking for? Init entity processor. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Yeah, curious if that hasn't happened yet. Or rather, what order of events would have happened here? Supply effect to target should have queued it up and for next frame. He should be added. He should be added already. So I don't know why he doesn't have this data existing here. It's not like that happens that much differenter. I don't think he spawns that much more differently than I. Yeah, I mean, it would have happened in the same frame where he's queuing and adding all the other data. And then we queue add that data. Entity should be set on this object. He has active effects data here. Let me make sure the I thought I looked at the target entity and it was valid. Let me double check. Yeah, I have to go through all of the... Okay, there we go. Yeah, target entity is valid. What is the life cycle here? So give me that breakpoint. Spawner. So we hit that for player. We hit this for entity. So he would have spawned a bunch of shit. But then this is where he spawns a proxy actor. We get here, we queue add a bunch of data, including the default effects. Apply effect to target. Apply effect to target, apply effect to target, apply effect to target. Add new entity. Add entity data. I guess that happens immediately. I guess that's why. I think. So he will have spawned, or whenever we apply an effect. This is where it spawns all of the entities. I see. And entities spawn instantly. I think that's the issue. They need to be queued as well. Yeah, because those would be being added instantly. And the rest of this data is queued. Okay, that's understandable. I understand why that's happening. Okay. That is understandable. That is understandable. Okay. So this is where I may need to make changes to the... Yeah, so this needs an add entity case, I guess. Do I call that from anywhere else? No. How does... Wait, how does the spawner do it? Spawn entity. I create an entity, and then I just add data. And then I just add data. But I guess that would do it instantly too, I think. I think I need to queue add data here. I think that fixes that. Okay, I'm gonna BRB while that rebuilds. I'm gonna grab a drink, stretch a sec. That's gonna take a while, so BRB. Okay. Let me see. We're back. Thank you for your patience. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday so far. See how my fantasy team's doing. I haven't looked at them yet. Oh, I see a bunch of touchdown notifications. That's good. Oh, well, except one of my players is questionable. That's not good. I am still projected to win, though. We're doing all right. Well, barely any of my players have played yet, so... Oh god, I hate having to rely on Monday night players. Oh no, yeah, that's gonna be... Wait, are there multiple games on Monday? There are. That's weird. Why are there multiple games on Monday? That doesn't happen. Neighbors, why are you questionable? Was carted to the locker room. Oh, fuck me. My first draft pick. Neighbors, you fucking suck. Andy, welcome in. How goes it? I have a nice cherry limeade. Here. Okay. What was I doing? Anyone remember? Was anyone paying attention? Oh yeah, I was trying to spawn an NPC entity. Yeah. Okay, do you have... He has health now. That was indeed the issue. Okay. Okay. He still doesn't have food or health, but that is actually intentional. That is actually intentional. Let's go... Let's change you to the colonist warrior. He started hungry. Yeah, I may need to wait for all their stuff. I may need to put them in like a stasis state. I think he's trying to find food. Yeah, I think that's needs a little adjustment as well for their attribute values and stuff. Yeah, the latentness of this system is making the life cycle of them a little weird to think about. I think what I should just do, yeah, I think I want to do that processy thing. We can do it in between. We can process the command queue in between processors. I think I do want to do that. I don't know if I should do that now, though. I don't know if I should do that now. I mean, it's not really hurting anything at the moment other than the colonists' state tree logic at the moment. Which I don't think we're going to worry about for a little bit, for some time. I guess it's time for damage. I guess it's time for the damage processor to do damage processor things. Exciting. Damage processor. Okay. Processor, barely know her. Okay. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's probably do some coding. Probably do some coding here. So I was thinking about whether or not damage would need to be a kind of attribute. A kind of attribute. Do we get here? do we get here? So this is going to iterate over any damage effect. Yeah, so this is actually going to be doing a lot of iteration, actually. Have I don't think I've added this to the subsystem yet, have I? I have, actually. Why is it not? Is it doing things? Is it actually doing things? Okay, I don't think my effects, I don't have my effects set up. That's why. There's no effects that are damage effects. That makes sense. That does make sense. But I don't want it to, well, damage effects should be instant, other than they could damage with a duration. What does that mean? For periodic, it makes sense. For damage with a duration, I don't think that makes sense. Should I do two processors? Like two queries rather, for one for periodic, one for not periodic? I kind of like that. I think that makes the logic maybe a bit cleaner for when these should apply. Let me think about that. Let me grab this and see what that would look like. So we would do this. So this one would be like damage effect tag data. Oh yeah, you'd want to, yeah. Okay. So I would want to do one that has like width none on F periodic. Or actually duration. Because that would automatically exclude any periodic gameplay effects. It should, at least. Periodic kind of require, well, no, it's one and the same now. It's actually one and the same. I forgot I did that. Did I delete the old data? Did I actually remove the periodic? I did. Yes, I did. Good past me. So this one can be with all F duration effect data. Is that more efficient? That might be more efficient as well. And then duration effect data. If trigger periodic. Then this should apply. Yeah. Well, this, hang on, let me see here. That's not the only usage. That's false. Yeah, that should be set to false by the... Probably by the duration processor. Hullabulla, welcome. Going well. Yeah, because then I can't have two be basing off of that. I think that makes this a little simpler to read. Skip periodic effects, yeah. And then in duration processor, I guess we just edit that every frame. Wait, where do I set that to true? Oh, here. I don't like the way I have this set up. Well, I guess I should just at the beginning just always set periodic to false. That's the simplest path forward for now. I think that's fine. Which should be false for everything, which I see. I'm like setting it for everything with the duration, which feels weird, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, we're not gonna build Rome in a day. Okay, Hydron, chill. Don't try to implement the future. All right. If we don't have it, continue. Well, I guess return. We return. And then the rest of this, I think we'd want to put into a function. We'll just call it process damage. Oh, I put it on U damage effect on accident. Ryder was just like, yeah, no problem. Put it over there for you. So we will process damage. Okay, I think that... Yeah, am I subtracting base value? Health. Would health have a current value? I think maybe it could if you have like a temporary health buff. You would need to apply to max health as well, I would think. But then it's like, how do you subtract from... How would you subtract the damage from health in that case? I would have to manage the health actually, so I have to manage the health data. So yeah, no, there wouldn't be no point of current or base value. Any like temporary health effect would be like I would have to add base value on application and then remove the base value on remove. Which would, how would I even do that? That would be a weird effect. I don't know if I have a way to do that actually. Because regen health. If I did a duration based effect where the period, if it was apply on start, and then the well, no, because then that would do the same thing. Never mind. I would need some complicated for actually that kind of buff would actually be a little complicated in my current system. Soggy bread, welcome in. How's it going? It's going good. Going good. We're finally rounding out some of the things on our ability system here, just working through it. We've got some abilities working, we've got effect life cycles working, and there's all these different effect What am I trying? What am I trying to say? All these effect thingies happening. Effects are removing and adding tags and removing and adding each other and being applied from abilities. And we got regen mana. I'm trying to do some damage calculation now. I was trying to think about whether or not I wanted to add or subtract a base value. And yeah, I think I need to. I think that's the only way to. I think that is the only way to. And I guess I need to update my floating damage numbers. Because yeah, those aren't going to do things anymore. Yeah, those are not going to do things anymore. Okay, so we need to create... I need to create some damage effects, I suppose. And we'll need to rebuild there. So I need to go through... Oh, circular dependency. Oh, no. Proxy actor includes death interface, which includes damage effect. Wait. Damage effect? Did I... Oh. Yeah. I accidentally did that. That was an accident. I didn't know Writer would automatically import everything there. Interesting. Very nice of it to rebuild 80 things, though. That's great. Oh dear. Oh dear. Forward declare that. What are we doing here? Function does not take 5 arguments. Over my dead body, it doesn't. Try again. Okay, so yeah, I'll actually need to create some damage effects now. And I think the only damage effects I have are just like some prefabs for like fire damage, shadow damage, blah, blah, blah. And I guess I'll need to see if the damage calculation works too. I haven't tried that wiring. I haven't tried out the new pipeline synergy patch job. What other buzzwords can I throw in there? We'll have to circle back around next week in the next sync. Pencil that in for an action item. Sorry if I'm triggering some of you. I will make it take 5 arguments. That's right. I'm good at making things take arguments. I'm very argumentative. This is taking forever. All because I accidentally imported some stuff in the damage effect. Okay. But yeah, I just need to create some base gameplay effects. And I told myself I was going to make gameplay effect assets. But I don't think I'm going to do that right now. Do I have just like a base damage effect? I don't think so. Damage effect. Or just call it damage, I guess. I don't suffix effect on anything else. Asset tags, damage. I think that's all I would need. Let me open up like Fireball. I know I have, yeah, fire spell damage, right? Yeah, and here's my new one. God, I should have already made that switch from the effect data table. I should have. This song takes me back, man. I feel like I'm questing through Elwyn. Fire, let's look at fire spell damage. What do we have on here? Well, I guess I don't use the damage tag on there. And then these ones are just like spell, fire, and then there's probably a melee one too. And there's no inheritance actually, so there is no inheritance actually. Can I make the change now? I kind of just want to see if I can get this working. Just do fire spell damage. We'll do a little testy test here. Spell. I guess I don't need damage on there. Spell and fire. Element type fire. Hello, welcome in. I think that's all it really has. There is a calculation on it, but that's like a custom processor for me. And it's instant, which is just no duration. Yeah, this is like as simple as it gets in terms of a tag, right? But I guess I also need to add damage effect data to signify that it is damage. Although, maybe I should just add that. I think I should just add that myself. Let me look at what is damage effect data. Do I put anything on there? I put min and max damage on. And so yeah, that should get created by most abilities. Damage effect data. Oh, does it not? Oh my god, Neighbors is out. Oh, I hate my life. My fantasy team is over. I need a receiver so bad right now then. I need to trade for someone this week. Get damage. Make damage spec. Yes, I have said hello. I have said hello. You can stop spamming hello. Hey bro, hi. I have acknowledged you. You've gotten your attention for the day. You can move on to the next stream. Thank you very much. And when I do like a deal damage to current target, deal damage to target, let's follow this. Apply effect, I make damage effect. Oh, I just make one. Well, with the pre-existing damage handle. Data table effect. If not, oh, I just create a blank one if not. That's fine, that's fine. And then I set damage effect data on there. Okay, yeah, so I forgot I reused the U damage effect, gameplay effect base. That should be... damage on damage effect data. I should just add it. I should just add it. Is this a it's an array. Do I want to just add it, or do I want to have to find it on there? I feel like I just want to add it on there. Add, and then let's make a new. Yeah, we'll do that, and then, yeah, that. Damage effect data. We will do that. I'm going to comment that out for now, in case I want it back. But that will append it on the end, and then what's going to happen is we're going to queue add that entity data. If there's one existing on there, it's just going to get overwritten by this in the subsystem, I think. So I think we're fine. Set damage on effect data. And then the damage gets calculated. No? Where do I count? Do I run? Where do I run the RNG here? I run it in the ability. Do I run it in the ability? Also, I forgot there's like a constructor here for just damage. But really, I can just do this. Makes it quite a bit more clean. I think that's all I need. I think that's all I need. All right. Damage effect has been populated on the fireball. Hopefully this does things now. Question mark. Health no changey. Why? Did I breakpoint? Oh, we did. Wait, did I actually breakpoint in there or what? I don't think that actually go into processed. Active effect context data is null. Active effect. Oh, because I'm getting it on the effect entity. That should be... Yeah, that's the oh, there's no context data on the game, on the damage effect. There's no context data on the damage effect. How am I applying that? I made a damage effect. Does that not get apply effect to target? Yeah, so that goes through here. Does the context not get put on there? Context data is there. Context data. Add. That doesn't have context data on it. Blind matching effect. This is apply effect processor. Process stacking. Oh, there's a damage effect on there already. That's what's happening, and this is trying to stack on it. So the damage effect, I don't think it ever got removed. I don't think it ever got removed there. Let's do a vlog in the damage processor. Subsystem vlog. That needs to be we'll do percent F damage from, I don't know that I need that. That's nice. That's nice, but I don't know that I need that. don't know that I need that. Add a vlog there, and then let's look into why does this effect not have context? You should. Every effect should be applied with context. Missing source ability. Source abilities thing. The active effect. So what's the flow here again? We have an effect being applied. It is a fire damage effect. It has context data. Oh, this is like self. Applied target act. I can't see target active effects here. Can I? Please? Thank you. Did this already get applied? Yeah, it's the old one, right? It's the old one. $37. How did the effect context get removed? I should be able to look up that context here. I wonder, I think maybe I removed the ability. Hang on, end effect. I'm not cleaning the effect up properly. That's why it's still on there. End effect, that's not what I want. End effect processor. So remove it off the target and remove it off the owner. The key is the entity itself. That should have gotten removed. Let's rebuild here. And I guess I want to see what happens here. I should probably look at the vlogger. That'll be able to tell me a lot more. We should have opened the vlogger when we did that. What is this? This is game dev. Well, this is a duck actually, but we were doing game dev. Okay, let's open vlogger. Spawn things, yes. So we do get to process damage. The health data. What is damage? Can't see what damage is. Am I really not? Oh, there it is, 10. Okay, it's dealing 10 damage. So yeah, technically that should work. What if like directly setting the base value here is a little wonky then? Oh, it never triggers the change listeners, does it? Yeah, that's why. That's why his health doesn't update there. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So let's look at what his data was here. Active effects. Okay, so he has the fire damage effect there. If we go a frame before, he doesn't. Yeah, that never got removed. So on the apply effect processor, we never queued up a removal. We do queue add end effect data. We do queue add end effect data if there is no duration data. End effect processor. It's got to be because the context data isn't there, or because I'm adding that on the wrong thing. No, I'm adding it on the effect entity. Make sure I'm passing the effect entity into there. I am. Okay. My effect data context. Yeah, so does is there no context? Is that what I'm learning? Well, in damage processor, it has context. Wait, yeah, why didn't that get added then? Why didn't that get added? If there is no duration data, or duration has elapsed, that should have queued up the end effect data, but we never got there. I guess I never logged, did I? Wait, let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Fire spell damage applied to target. He dealt 17 damage? That's not what I saw. Oh, target 17. That's the entity. Entity 17. And so did his attributes get updated? Yeah, they did. So it's dealing damage. Okay. Several problems. It never gets removed. It doesn't notify any health change listeners. I suppose having damage as a separate processor is a bit... makes things a bit difficult here, because really what I would want now is like an instant effect that has a health attribute modifier on it to go trigger all of that stuff. And so if I even had a damage processor at that point, I suppose the only purpose it would serve would be to run in between the like apply effect and attribute processors to populate the damage. And then the damage effect data would get applied during that, and then it would need to trigger the change listeners. Let me look at the attribute processor. So we are actually dealing damage. It's working. We're just not updating change listeners here. Attribute changed data. I guess I could just call this function. But if any calculations need to happen based off of the... Oh, yeah, no, okay. This actually is fine because I do make the call to... I do make the call to this anyway. That recalculates all the attributes. So I could... Okay, I could do it this way by doing this. Recalculating attributes. Yeah, so there's multiple ways I could do it. I think I may as well just go through the attribute processor and just have damage be dealt through that. I mean, I think this can still calculate the damage, maybe. But I guess that then turns it into like a... Well, as long as it runs before the attribute processor, I think we'd be fine. Yeah, damage needs to happen before attribute processor. Okay, new plan. Damage effect data. I gotta set all this information on the damage effect data. Spent all day. The dedicated server file to build a source code. I don't know what you're talking about. But sorry. I'm sorry that happened. Yeah, I think damage does need to be a special effect data. Just so that the damage processor can key off of it. And I think damage effect data. So there's incoming damage and then there's outgoing damage as well. And I think both need to be on the damage effect data. Do I use this one at all, ever? Do I use min or max? Min or max are both... Okay, change this to base damage. Base damage, and this is final damage. Okay. Base damage, final damage. So I will need to set the final damage on here after the damage processor. Do I include if it's a crit? B is crit. Maybe? I think I do the target application here too, though. Like, I think I resolve all damage here. So I actually don't think this should return anything, actually. Just call this calc damage. And then damage effect data. Base damage equals... Oh, I'm not even using the input damage on it. And all abilities, I think, should use that make damage effect that already basically apply this. And if I just wanted to, like, apply a silly little instance... I missed her. If I just wanted to apply a silly little instance of damage outside of an ability, we would want to do it that way. Base damage. And then at the very end, final damage equals base damage. Which at this case, let's just rename this to damage. Okay. The damage effect data, yeah, make that non-const. Okay. And then we would just do this. Not going to happen there. And I'll say applying that damage. And I guess I don't care if it's a crit. And honestly, I don't... I'll say calculated. Just say calculated. Calculated damage. Base. Percent. Is it percent F? That base final. It'll be, oh dear, base effect damage or damage effect data. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, that is what I want. I guess I don't get health data here. Yeah, I guess I don't give a shit about health data. It just happens in the attribute processor now. And I queue destroy entity. No, I think we do that in, once again, in the attribute processor. So this just becomes, this is just like, I don't know if we should even do this. 9 out of 10 UE devs hate you. Ah, yeah, I'm memeing. It's because I rewrite so many things in the engine. That's why I'm memeing about it. I need to still do the target stats reconciliation there. But yeah, I think that's what I want. And then go into attribute processor. And we need to handle damage here. And this should... Well, we would want to queue up a calc attribute thingy. to make sure that we get here. That should probably always go on the damage. I think that should always go on the damage. So do that. Entity data dot add t instance struct not damage, and I think we just do empty, and this is just like fcalc attribute data. Why are you mad? Oh, because that needs to go on the target. Oh yeah, that needs to go on the target, not the damage effect. The damage effect processor is just literally going through damage effects. Okay, so I think maybe we still need that in here then. That adds it on target? Oh, like Q destroy entity. No, we don't want that. Subsystem Q add entity data on target entity. I want F calc attribute data. And then an attribute processor that will make this run. Calculate dependencies. Active effects data, mod ags. I guess it's just on the like magnitude evaluation on the, or in the imply mod flow. Aggregate all the magnitudes. Get attribute type, apply mod. Yeah, so this is gonna be weird. Yeah, so this is not going to apply damage. But I think maybe a different loop here would do the trick. I think maybe is better. But I would still want to like do all this, to do most of this stuff. So it's just this stuff at the end I would want to do. So yeah, I think maybe a different flow would be easier. Let me copy this. Copy paste. Process damage. Should I have a function for that maybe? Well, let's write what I would need to do. I don't think I would need to calculate dependencies or anything, and we should probably do this first, right? Because then we're going to recalculate everything else in response to it. So yeah, this should actually be first. So that the updated health values actually get handled there. Should I do it in a separate one, or should I do it in line here and then just have a branch or something? The thing is, like, this would never run because attribute changed data or rather, attribute data. Oh no. Oh, never mind. I forgot. We're iterating over the NPC entity here, not the effect entity. So the attribute mod data. Would a damage effect ever... Would I ever want a damage effect to also apply other attribute? I mean, maybe, right? You damage and reduce mana, maybe? Maybe. If that's the case, yeah, if that's the case, you see there's all these modifiers. I guess if I have damage, what I should do is I should build that in the damage processor. I think. Oh, we need to add the modifiers. Add get ref. Or no, I want in place get ref. I don't know why that popped up. Place get ref. F attribute modifier. Yeah. Yeah. And any events would be handled through my ability modifier system. I think that's right. Calculation type should default to float. Let's explicitly default that to float. I don't have to set it here. Modifier op should explicitly default to add. Although I think I kind of want add to be there specifically. Subsystem and then Q add entity data on should I Q add this on there? I don't think that would. I need to apply this on. Here's what I need to do in the damage effect. Destructor. I need to add the F attribute modifier on there. Although, what if there is already one on there? I would need to get it. So we need to entity data, find effect data. auto. No, I don't want to inline. Auto, what am I calling this? Attribute mod data equals entity data. Find effect data. Find effect data for F entity, or no, F attribute modifier effect data. If there is no attribute mod effect data, we do that. Although I don't do anything with the existing one, actually. So it's just if it doesn't exist is the only reason we want to do anything. So I did some of that for nothing. Yeah, give me that again, and then we do that, which you don't require anything. Can I do a make when it's just empty, or do I need to do maybe boys struct empty? I think it probably can just be empty. There's an empty constructor, I would assume so. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. Yeah, if there's not one on there, put one on there. Okay, and then once we get in damage processor, that is now a required tag. That'll go right after target. Sure. And that can go. No, F attribute mod effect data there. Non-const. Because we are going to edit it. Prepare to be edited. So rather than damage effect health mod, we go attribute. We want to find attribute mod for F. Wait, what am I finding? For an entity attribute, actually. Wait, find attribute. Wait, what did I just do? Where is that damage? Where did I... Damage effect... Effect entity... Oh, I was finding effect data. Okay. But in attribute mod data, modifiers, I need to find the... Or no, I need to add an... I'm adding here. So yeah, go back to what I was doing. There could be an existing health one on here. There could, like, I don't know, if you wanted some like additional data to or additional damage to happen. I guess I'm curious about there needs to be an explicit damage event, I think. And I guess that's why I have the output damage. Damage effect data, and there's one. It's one effect per instance of damage. So even if you like, you could technically put minus health attribute mod on a damage effect, but I don't think it would actually show damage numbers or anything. GPS Patty. Thank you for the follow and welcome. So yeah, we just modify that. And I think the calc, that may happen by next frame. that may happen. We may already be modifying it, so kind of a little indeterminate actually. And again, once I fix the command buffer queue, I think that'll be much more deterministic and predictable. But yeah, essentially what we're doing here is we're just going to intercept this processor just intercepts anything with damage on it. Anything with damage on it, and runs the damage calculation before it gets to the processor. So I don't know, should I add a note to myself that this needs to happen before attribute processor? I kind of think I should. I'll say intercepts damage effects and runs the damage calculation on them before, or maybe I should say this should be ran before the intercepts damage effects and runs the damage calculation on them. It should be ran before the attribute processor, so that damage is so the damage gets applied to the health attribute. Okay. So I think that should notify the change listeners now. I still don't think it works like perfectly at the moment. His health went down. Hurrah. His health went down. Regen health doesn't work at the moment, so he's stuck there with that health. Okay, so now I need a damage event so that I can do things like show damage numbers. And damage numbers right now are an actor, a floating text like actor that I'm not like super happy with, but it's what I got. It's what I got. So that needs to change entirely because I'm pretty sure that's all, like it's like a spec passed in. Floating text actor. That has literally, well, initialize would have the spec on it. Let me look at floating text. Oh yeah, there's a component as well. Floating combat text component. Does the blueprint one do anything? It just sets the actor and it just sets some params on it. It doesn't have any logic. Okay, so these are the two things I'm going to want to listen to here. And currently what like triggers this? Do I call this from somewhere? We do. Floating combat text component, which is red. Why are you red? Add floating text client. Where are you called from? On damage dealt implementation. On damage taken. Yeah, I guess that should go through the player, right? In my attribute changed listeners, I guess I don't have a way to like say, hey, what changed this attribute? Because I could just look up the entity data when that happens. And I guess it would only be on like... So now the attribute processor is pretty agnostic, actually. So it's actually going to be, if doing this from, and I I have like a completely empty thing here that I shouldn't be doing now. The attribute processor is completely agnostic to it, which is kind of nice in one way, but another way is that like I don't actually know when damage is happening unless I like try to grab the damage off here if and when it gets changed. I guess that there would be two. There is on damage taken and on damage dealt from each player, and that like is a client thing because you're not going to see other people's damage numbers. For now, I don't think I care. Now I don't think I care, but I have execute change listeners. Attribute changed data, attribute type, new value, old value. Execute change listeners. And I guess in here I would do like a maybe execute damage listen event. Should I have a piece of entity data for that? I think there's a separate piece of entity data for damage events and what function should be executed. This does kind of make me want to make damage an attribute and not actually one that is ever actually modified. Because I have the custom calculation classes, which would have all the information necessary. Also, I didn't make sure the damage happened before. I just kind of ran it. It does happen to run before, yeah. Oh, I just kind of accidentally made that work. But if I had damage as an attribute, I would never actually set the value of it. I would probably have just a specific switch in here for like... What I would have is I would have attribute mod data. And I guess this way I could have different damage calculations that could be executed pretty easily, and that would be more so what gas does. I would just need like a special switch in here. Because it would apply all effects would get applied that frame. So it would actually end up like aggregating things. And I suppose now that I'm thinking about it, I guess I just need like gameplay effect execute type things. Events. Because I'm gonna need status effect, like, you know, VFX and stuff like that, which I haven't really thought of because I don't have a whole lot. I thought just the ability would probably handle that, but no, there's gonna be effects that, like the dot effect has a what is normally called like a gameplay cue. Now I'm actually thinking about reversing the way that I do the listeners. Right now I maintain a list of the listeners via an array, but I think I should just have a multicast delegate for each attribute. And then I'll have another list of, I'll have a multicast delegate for each effect that someone cares about. I think you would probably just grab the processor and then just like, would you grab the processor? No, you'd want to add, no, you'd still want to add it as entity data because you only care about a certain entity, right? So yeah, you would still just add entity data. Never mind. But I think if I need to know what events would I would also need to know about. I think this attribute change listener should maybe also return like the effect that caused it to change. And I don't have a way right now. I don't have a way to tell the actual magnitude per effect. How would I do that if I needed to know that information? Active effects data. Because when I apply it independent of the effects. Aggregate magnitudes. Yeah, I don't do that by effect. So I would have to, first of all, I would have to move where I do this at. Evaluating the modifier. And so in the calculate dependencies, that's where I end up like erasing the effect data, basically. I say erasing, but I mean just like after that, we don't care about it. I guess we have the effect entity, modifiers by effect entity. I guess we have that. Where do I use that? Aggregate magnitude. Yeah, so I guess I do still have which effect entity it came from. So after I evaluate this magnitude here, is when I would have that information. That is technically when the gameplay effect like gets executed, right? That is the event right here. That'll eventually get put into the relevant values and who's you what's it. It doesn't reflect like the final value, but evaluate modifier would be like this is how much is going to get multiplied. Well, yeah, if it's multiplied, I don't actually know it either. I could keep it stored by effect. Attribute modifier. I could have a final calculated value on here. And I could just put it on there. There, I would actually do it on a per modifier basis, not just a per effect. It'd be a per modifier basis. We aggregate the magnitudes. And then we times equal for each one. And I guess you would never really care about the actual, if it's a multiplicative value, would you actually care about the value? Would I ever actually show that? Because for the multiplicative values, like you'd have to check the pre and post per effect. You'd have to check the value before and after, subtract those. That's your magnitude. That's actually your final magnitude. That's actually the final magnitude. And right now I'm just doing that wholesale. I aggregate the magnitudes and then apply them all at once. So I would need to change how I do this altogether if I needed to know that information. And I think that's probably pretty fucking important. Because, you know, you may want to show some like little health regen numbers or something, right? Like that's a I guess I could make those damage numbers if I was just explicitly listening for that event. But I think I would rather make it generic and just, I think, have like a listen to certain effect. And then you can look through all of the modifiers you care about. Because there could be multiple attribute modifiers, you know. So whenever that effect gets applied, and if it has, what if it does base value and multiplicative value on the same attribute? Oh, it's so, oh man. Okay. Yeah, so I guess I would need to aggregate it across multiple steps. And then you have override as well. Dude, attributes are complicated, man. You would never think just stupid floating point values would be so hinky, but they are. Here we are. I need to comment down some of these thoughts so I don't lose them, because I don't think I'm going to do all that right now. I think I actually need to hop off here soon. Let me get all those thoughts down here. So I need to say something like, put it here. To do, I need to store evaluated magnitude. It actually almost had it there. Per effect entity. Evaluated magnitude. Per effect. I'll say per attribute modifier. So that I can make effect execution listeners. Listeners, and pass them the final evaluated magnitude. Or that modify. I mean, I should probably have a modifier level and an overall. And an overall number. As well as for, and I guess I think I would just make some functions for that, actually, because it's not like there's going to be one number, because you could modify across attributes, but I guess it would be per attribute. Per effect, per attribute. I'll say per each attribute modified by an effect. so that I can make effect execution listeners and pass them the final evaluated magnitude for that attribute. Yeah, it would be on a per attribute basis. It'd be on a per attribute basis, yeah. And then I could use that for damage. I would just pass the entity, I think, as well. The entity ID, and just look up if there's damage effect on it. If there's a damage effect on it. Okay, so here... evaluate modifier. So we're actually going to back up here. So that's an aggregate magnitudes. So I also need to... oh god. I need to do base and current. And additive and multiplicative. Oh man. Okay, so we're going to write some more here. To do... I need to aggregate... I need to aggregate by... I'll write this on individual ones. So for like... for the multiply, I would need to be looping over... I would need to subtract before and after for each effect in order to determine the multiplicative magnitude. Yeah, I'm gonna, oh god, I'm gonna need to change that fucking completely. Oh man. Oh man. There's gonna be, I would need to store so much data. It would be temporary data, but still, I would need to keep track of each like channel. Kind of like what Middle was saying almost yesterday. These are basically channels that you aggregate floats into, and then you like add them all up at the end. So it's per effect entity, per attribute. And then I would need to store it per attribute mod calc type. Let me write this here. I would need to store magnitudes per effect, per attribute, per calc type. I'll know what that means. And then I would need to do base value and current value. Oh my god, the map for that is going to be so fucking nasty. The multiplicative value override would need to override everything. Then yeah, I would need to subtract old value and new current value. And if I just do this, if I instead of doing this for every single, let me write this down. To do. I think if I do this instead for each, do this instead by looping through each attribute on the outside, and then each effect that applies to it, I could just check the new / old value difference here for the final mag. But that would mean that I need to store which attributes have changed in a unique list. Yeah, I'll say in a t-set. I'll just say t-set or something. I'll know that means unique. Store which attributes have changed in a t-set so that I don't execute more than one attribute listener per entity / attribute / frame in a frame. But then I would want a different set of listeners that can listen on a per effect basis. Yeah. Okay. This is C++. This is C++. I have to get going though, guys. I do have to get going. I actually stayed on for longer than I thought I was going. So let's see who is streaming today. We haven't rated Covino in a while. So we'll hit him up. I said the YouTubies over there too. But thanks everyone for hanging out today. It was nice. I had a nice time. I hope you all had a nice time as well. Okay. Yeah. Take care, everyone. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. I'm going to play some more Hades later. Hades 2 is what I've been playing. So I hope I get to play a little bit more of that. I've been itching for it. So yeah, take care, everyone. Good weekend. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Maybe not. We'll see. Okay. Bye.